And if that's flat bottom, or excuse me, flat top, that would send it up. I think that wants to go up. It lines up more the other way, but it's very deceiving. This is a difficult one right now because it could be either or. But because alt season, I'm going to lean towards the upside on this one. But I could be completely wrong. This one's a tricky one for sure. All right, let's see. Ondo.
Oh, yeah. That one I need to know.
Yeah, Ondo. Man, I haven't done TA in a long time, guys. It's been a while.
Feels good, doesn't it?
It kind of does. I'm not gonna lie.
You feel like you're back where you're supposed to be, and not dancing with half naked women and rubbing elbows with weird people.
That's where I'm supposed to be, rubbing elbows with real people.
I said weird.
That's
weird people.
That's
okay, good. Just making sure you heard me.
Yeah, Ondo is. See, that's weird because like Ondo is kind of similar. Here's the thing. Everything is tricky right now. The whole market is in like it could be either or. I'm going to lean towards bullish. Can you believe it? Oz is bullish. What? There. $1.50. I'm leaning towards $1.50 on this one.
Don't you play with my emotions. Don't you do that.
I think it goes higher, to be honest with you. Look at that's just short term, but look at this right here. Okay, let's just say that this is the trend, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and let's be a little conservative with it. Let's go with that right there, right? Let's go with that line, which means that by October, let's say ISO is November 22nd. That would be $2.95 to $3. That's alt season prediction. More short term, it could just start working its way up, but you know, that's a lot of movement has to happen in between there. So like that means it would do weird stuff like this, you know what I mean? Like it would move like in the wave that it's moving now. I would feel like it would happen before November. It would be like October and it would be like 280. September 13th at 280 maybe. 275. That's what I'm leaning for on these ones. I think it's gonna go up. It just feels right. You know what I mean? Like that's where we're going. We're going to the blue line up here. The question is when does it get this gnarly green candle that shoots it up? And it may not even go that high at first. It'll probably like, you know, something like that, and then come back down and then shoot up. You know what I mean? It's not going to be a straight shot, but that's what I'm predicting. Something like that. Let's do ICP. Insane Clown Posse in the house. Jesse, did you ever listen to ICP?
I know one of their songs, I think.
Which one? Sing it to me.
No. What is it? Something you know me. Something something. I don't. Okay, I'm not a fucking...
Something you know me. Something something. You should sing karaoke.
I know. That'd be amazing. I actually used to perform when I was younger. You know, when I still had hopes and dreams for my future.
You were a singer?
Yeah. I actually performed on stage in Burbank and San Diego.
Really?
Yeah. Did you think I learned how to do my makeup out of nowhere?
I
You
don't
have to
believe
look
it.
a certain way. Yeah. My parents unfortunately have most of the pictures, and I
You're
don't talk to them
messing with
anymore.
me.
Nope.
You were a singer,
I
huh?
might have a couple pictures here.
Let's
Huh?
hear it. I want to hear a
I was.
song.
Nope. No,
Come
I
on,
don't do that anymore.
don't do it for me, do it for the chat.
I don't do that anymore. That part of my life is dead, and it stays that way.
ICP is interesting one. It could go a long way up. Look at how far. Now I know why you guys are all into ICP. That's a long candle. Look at that thing. I doubt this one sees new all-time highs. I'll tell you that right now. Petal and Ton. Yeah, I did those ones earlier for you, bud, but you must have dipped out of the show. So I'll do them again for you, though. Being a subscriber and all. The least I could do. And then what time is it? Because I got to let Jesse
9:15.
go. 9:15. All right, we'll do ICP here, and then we'll do Pendle and Ton. And then I guess if I start getting galaxies and stuff, I'll keep going. Let's see here. Jesse, if you want to sign off, you're more than welcome to. Or if you want to stay, you can stay. I know it's overtime, so I'm gonna.
I don't really have anything to do.
Okay, I'm gonna lean towards upside on ICP. Short term would be 745. But this thing's hella volatile. It could easily do 11 cents. I would say probably more like 11.48. That sounds no, it'd be 10.99. That's what it would be. 10.99 to 11 cents. I'll do Justin Kelly, I'll do all three of them. Can you do vet for everyone in the chat? What do you mean vet? Like the coin? Chris, thank you for the galaxy. Let me get these ones knocked out. Let's see here. Thank you for the galaxy. Appreciate that. Let's see here. All right, let's see here. Pendle. Pendle. All right. Am I on the right one? Is that the right chat? Oh yeah, I remember this one. Pendle is a diamond top. Pendle is coming down to 5 cents. Minimum 5 cents. But there's also this fair value gap that needs to be filled. I would say it's probably going to 456 and possibly even all the way down. I would say that this fair value gap's already been filled right here. It seems like. So I'm going to say $4.55. All right, The next one was Ton. We did Ton. I remember that one. Ton. Is this the right one? Am I on the right one for Ton? Justin Kelly, help me out here. Is this the right one? If it's projects that I don't really know or follow, I have a hard time knowing if I'm on the right thing, and I don't want to give you the wrong TA. So please, if you do shout out a project, make sure you're sticking around to verify that it's the right one before I TA it. I think we lost Justin Kelly.
Yeah, it's getting late for people. That's probably why.
Yeah. That's a hard one. This one says $3.43. So this isn't the right one. Okay, $3.43. So this is the right one. Okay. This is difficult. I'm going to lean towards the upside on this one. That's the one, Brad typing skills. That's the one, bad typing skills on my part. Oh, gotcha. Okay. I'm guessing this is kind of like a double or triple bottom thing right here. It's really out of structure. This has to be a meme coin. Which is probably why it just looks so funky. So I'm guessing this is a meme coin, but it seems like it wants to go up. I would say $4.54 to $4.60. It's a huge utility coin. All right, I'll have to look into it. Honestly, I'm pretty much invested where I'm going to be at now. I can't afford to get into anything new. Not that I can't afford. I don't want to diversify too much because I'm not holding massive bags like I used to. So I'm in a different world with it. So I'm trading, so I want to be able to manage what I'm trading. People always say, "Oh, you need to diversify." They heard it on freaking some TikTok. They don't even know what they're talking about when they tell you, "Oh, you need to diversify." And diversification is for long-term holding. This one's making huge noise. Don't ignore it. I'll listen. I'll look at. Is that what this project is? Is this Ton? Is that the shirt I'm wearing right now?
I thought that was Tron, not Ton.
No, I think this might be Ton. I don't think it's Tron. It might be Tron. I can't remember which one. I have the flyer for this one. I need to look into it. Because if this is, if I'm literally wearing the shirt for it right now, maybe I need to be into it.
Up to date.
I can't remember if this is Tron or Ton. There's just so many.
I know, I gotta look it up.
Yeah, look up this logo. Actually, I'm just going to Google Lens the logo. Let's see. I don't know if it'll let me.
No. It's neither one.
Right.
I don't know which one that is. Wait, what? Wait.
What?
Who's mad at you?
What do you mean, who's mad at me?
Not you. My chat.
Who's mad at who?
Yeah,
Let me at him. Let me at him.
Oh. Oh, never mind. Just a misunderstanding. Sorry.
Yeah, there's a lot of those going around here.
Apparently.
All right, so and then Vet, I think it was the next one. Chris Garcia sent it. Where is it at? Vet. Okay, yeah, it was Vet. All right, and this will be the last one before, unless I get the gift goal. Vet. Are you guys happy that I'm doing TA again? It feels like it's been so long.
Especially in our Discord, they're like, when TA, when TA.
Justin, I will do Teo for you, but you got to send the gift. We're like way over time, and Jesse's willing to stay because she knows she gets paid the longer she stays. So
what? You were gone for a week, Brozilla. I gotta make up that time.
But I'm out of pocket right now. Going overtime, so that Vet is the one that they gifted. So Chris Garcia gifted a Galaxy for Vet, which is what we're looking at right now. Vet looks like a double bottom. It also looks like this. Maybe this is a giant bear flag, okay? Maybe. I doubt it. But it could be. If that's a giant bear flag, it would like basically drop to 0. I just don't think that that's likely. And I think we're moving into alt season. So I think it's up. I think this is a double bottom here. And it's working its way up to... I would say 3.5 cents to 4 cents. 3.5 cents to 4 cents minimum. Like, and look at this is the same thing as Ondo with this right here. Okay, let's be a little conservative with it, right? Just to be sure. That means come November 22nd, right? Because that's Moon Cheese Day. From now on, November 22nd will be referred to as Moon Cheese Day. We will celebrate it every day with moon cheese and crackers and a bunch of wine for all the whiners that are going to be sad that on November 22nd. All right, so 9 cents. On Moon Cheese Day, I'm predicting 9 cents. If we get the whole alt season stuff, this is so far down the line. It's uncharted territory. Do not take these long-term moon cheese freaking TAs, okay? They can adapt and change over time because we have to see what happens. The first prediction, this is going to happen, okay? 3 cents. 3.5 cents is happening, baby, okay? That's happening. The Moon Cheese Day is a speculative guess, okay? It's not as strongly holding, okay? So just bear in mind, that's just my prediction for its all-time high top of the cycle, okay? It could potentially go higher. It could potentially go lower. But that's my long-term end of the cycle prediction. My Moon Cheese Day, November 22nd will forever be known as Moon Cheese Day. All right, Um, I guess we're gonna call it a night unless somebody sends a whale. Have a good night, TikTok seller. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you all so much. Unless you have another project, otherwise I'm calling it a night. I'm ready to go to bed. I'm going to bed. I'm gonna snuggle
I'm
up
hungry.
with my little Pingu. It's so
I need to
cute.
eat.
I love it. It's so cute. I'm gonna die. I love it so much.
Good
I
cat with
love
you
it
today.
so much. It's so cute. Look at it.
Good night, everybody.
Are we doing the TA class tomorrow? Yes, 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. TA
I
class
know,
tomorrow.
but you didn't TikTok, did you? You had to see it.
Look at how cute it is. You have to love it. You have to love it. Isn't it just the cutest little thing you ever saw? Good night. I'll see y'all later. store and you're spending the money.
Going over
Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. I am Ozthecryptogoat. We're finally back in the studio, back to our normal schedule and our normal program that we have. Things have been crazy. We've been doing Rare Evo and chilling in Vegas. It's been phenomenal. And now we're back to the same old, which is fine. It's great. I'm having a great time. It's good to be back. And I must.
It's nothing, you a snitch. You wanna be like me? Yeah, you wish.
Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat.
I promise I'm greater. Just check my tray, check my wallet, the data. You mention me with the girls, that's gossip. And if you talk shit, you know you best watch it. Crypto wives are the best, you know you're not it. Passive aggressive, that beef I'm gonna squash it. Not cause I forgive you, because I am bigger of a person. And yeah, my ass sticker, loyal to my man. You a hoe, you a stripper, so don't miss my words by the throw a no-hitter. Now this my last line before we go get dinner. Michelin restaurants, you pay, he a winner. Said I'm a badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl, I ain't switch. Size like it's nothing, you a snitch. Wanna be like me, yeah you wish. Another verse, better take another lap. Around you putting Goat Tribe on the map. It's a race, it's a fight, yeah we bout to scrap. But you know I'm clever, so instead lay a trap to help me catch these little girls in the act. Creating fake drama, yeah I know that's a fact. I don't mean to provoke, don't mean to attack, but can't take anymore, boy I gotta react. Or they take advantage of me, try and lie, spread these rumors about me, but they can't see.
How you doing, brother? Smash that like button, guys. Send in a daily heart me.
You know he put a ring on it, big ass rock sold NFTs into the profit.
Gifts are appreciated, but if anything, a heart me is the best thing that you can do to help the show.
I'm a badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl, I ain't switch. Size like it's
Let's
nothing,
get this rolling. Starks, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you, brother. Keep hitting that like button, guys. I'm going to share the show out. Let's see here.
What is real? How do you define real?
Let's get this show shared out
There is
to
no
everyone.
spoon.
Need some engagement, guys.
What is real? What is human?
In the
This world
meantime,
got me questioning,
while y'all are
stuck in
hitting
the
all the
matrix, feeling
buttons
like I'm
and
Truman, so
everything,
upside down, disconnected from
and
the shoe, man.
sending
But
in the
Morpheus is
heart
here now,
me's
you
and
ready to
whatnot.
go? The red or blue pills,
Here's
you
an
already know.
amazing
Down the rabbit hole, we going below.
Goat
Layers they can't see, I'm
Tribe
going to
music
show
video for
you
you guys.
what is
Goat
real, what is
Tribe.
fake. Take it slow. Been doing it for years and now I'm a pro.
At
Fiat the fake, it's a
Goats,
sham, it's a scam. 2.33 and a supply,
goattribe.io.
goddamn. They print and they steal
Check
as
out
much
their
as they
NFT
want. But old Uncle
collection.
Sam, he just runs the front for the shadiest scheme you've ever seen.
We have been
Completely
the
worthless, worse
number
than
one
a
live
shit
stream
meme.
on
No one got us
Abstract
all
for
stuck in the
days in a row,
system.
guys.
Crypto, the fix, let me
Let's
give you some wisdom.
do
Bitcoin,
it
Cardano,
again.
use UTXOs.
Let's get to
XRP is a
number
lot
one
of
on
force speed, I
Abstract.
suppose. Assets that go up, not down
And
overnight, but the
TikTok as
system
well,
won't
we've been
die.
doing
Without
really
a big
well.
fight, that's why they delay.
Let's get
That's why
that
they keep
algorithm
stalling, but
rolling
nothing can
and
stop
let's
destruction
get
from
to it.
falling. So let's quietly build.
And then I got some news for you guys today and
Let's exit the
some
matrix.
theories about
It's
what's going to
about
happen
to
in the
crack.
markets.
Looking for the exit.
So I'm sure you're all interested in what I think is going to happen in the markets. And I'm going to do some TA for you guys.
Sick of working, I ain't gonna slave away.
And we'll go through, you know, my predictions,
No more lies,
I
no more fake
guess.
shit.
I wouldn't even
Man, I
call
really
them
can't
predictions.
take it. I know what is real, so please don't mistake it for new
Ogden,
cars
thank
and
you
new
for the
clothes
heart
with
me.
next level flows.
Thank you
I
for the
try to
heart me's, guys.
decompose this
Heart
life
me's
that
are
we
the
chose.
best thing
The
that you
matrix
can
is
do
everywhere, it's all
for
around
the
us. Even in
algorithm
this
to help
room,
me
it must
out.
surround us. You can't see it, you feel it, it's in your soul. Breaking the
Okay,
matrix, they losing control.
turn this
Politicians and judges, they have the role to keep you in line. Yeah, that's the goal.
The
But
heart
when you
me is
wake
the
up
best
and then
thing that you
wake up,
can
must
send,
shake
though.
up the matrix and break up. You see the code, not Haskell or no, but the system they built, it's gonna explode
There.
you faster than
That's
this.
probably better for the audio.
You are ancient knowledge bestowed. Don't listen to me,
Can you hear me now? How's the audio now? That probably sounds much better. Yeah, my bad, guys. Honestly, I just came from a doctor's appointment and like rushed over here, so like I'm trying to get all the equipment going and everything. So appreciate you guys showing up and showing out, hitting the like button. We're gonna get to 100K likes today. That's the goal, is 100K likes. And I can't do it without you guys. Without you guys, I'm just a guy in a padded room talking to the wall. So please be here and engage with me so that way I'm not crazy. Revolution, thank you for the heart me's and the popular votes and the super popular votes as well. Become a super fan, guys. That's another thing you can do to help me out here. Become one of my super fans. And or become a subscriber. I offer one-on-one coaching to anyone that needs help catered to your specific needs in the market, right? Everyone's needs are a little bit different, all right? So let's find something that's good for you, right? Where the market helps you. You know, I think the algorithm's not going as good because we don't have the charts up here. Usually when the charts are on, we get way more engagement, right? So I get the charts up there. Thank you guys for all the gifts. Do not forget to send a heart me. Heart me is the best thing that you can do. Revolution, thank you for all the gifts. I appreciate it. I need to turn 1,000 into 100,000. Is there something you can help me with? Actually, yeah, that can be done. I've turned 100,000 into 3 mil, or excuse me, 1,000 into 3 mil. It can be done. All right. And I know you're being hyperbolic or whatever, but it can be done. But you gotta put in work. You gotta educate yourself. But meme coins is probably gonna be your best bet for major returns like that. But I'll tell you what, 97% of the people that get into meme coins lose. Another cool one is Soul Pump. Soul Pump is a fun little game that you can play. Oski, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you. I appreciate it. I need donuts, guys. I need 80 donuts. If you want to send a gift, send a donut. You can click, there's like a little thing like up here when you click the heart me, and it'll show you like the different gifts that I need to achieve for certain goals. Honestly, I feel like if we don't start getting engagement, you're going to force me to stop doing the news and stop reading charts and just battle people. If you don't want this show to turn into me battling all day long, then we need it. We need the engagement. We need whatever you guys can do, right? I do not want to become that. It seems like that's what everything's become, is just people battling each other, and how boring. I like to think that my show's not very boring. You know, we talk about different things and stuff. But yeah, like, golly, like, who wants to just watch people battle? Let's see here. Let's see if anybody wants to come up on the panel. Let's see. Anybody want to come talk and hang out with? What up, Starks?
How you doing, bro?
Let me fix the audio here because I got the audio turned down for the music. So let me pause the audio here. There we go. And then turn you up so we can hear you. What's up?
Hey guys, I shared out the live.
Thank you. Appreciate everyone that shares out the live, everyone that comes and engages and likes, all of our super fans, all of our subscribers, all the people that follow and engage. Thank you all very much for everything you do. So I do appreciate it. But yeah, that's another big thing, is sharing out the live, right? So Starks, what's going on, brother? What are you thinking for BTC?
Hey, You know what I think, man. Don't ask me that question. That's a hot topic at the moment because some people are thinking we're going up and some people are thinking we're going down, and I'm thinking we're probably going to go down and a little sideways before we go up.
Agreed. Honestly, I think it could be pretty much just down and sideways for a while. And you know why? The price of silver being up as high as it is, that is a huge red flag for me. Uh, and we get into silver, right? Because people get into gold, they get into silver because they're looking for a way to, you know, store their value when the dollar is uncertain. So, seeing silver going like it is, hit a new all-time high today, is very concerning for me.
And there's a lot of things that are concerning at the moment, especially what's going on with Pal.
With what?
Pal.
Oh yeah, Jerome Powell.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Jerome Powell. They're going to try and chuck him under the bus. And the funny thing is, if he resigns, crypto pumps. If he doesn't resign, right, and he carries on doing what he's doing, yeah, then we're going to carry on going down. Now, the question is, are you going to do what's morally right? Or are you going to do something that's going to just give you a financial gain and not morally right?
right, exactly. And another issue with the Powell subject. Let's talk about that for a second. Powell is just an authoritative mouthpiece. Okay, they have to vote on this stuff. So there's more than just one person deciding this. And just because they replace Powell, it'll be one of those speculative pumps that are nothing really is driving the price up as far as like good news. It's just speculation that he's gonna be gone, so rates are gonna come down. But really, everybody else on uh, in the Fed that votes on this, they've all been saying that we're probably not going to get a rate cut for a while. Maybe one or two more at the end of the year, like before. But it's not it's not Jerome Powell's decision.
Well, a question for you. How many rate cuts did we have last year?
Well, like three.
Yeah, they were speculating we're only going to have two rate cuts, yeah? But we had three. Now, this year, the only thing that I'm going to see is, when Paul gets replaced, you're going to have someone's puppet in that seat. And when that happens, the rates are going to come down, but inflation's going to go through the roof.
Yeah, that's what's concerning too. Is um, manipulating the rates. How that that's what controls the the inflation, right? And minusculely, but it does, right? Um, but also we have what's concerning is the job markets rate. That's they're
Yeah, that come out yesterday, didn't it?
yeah. I didn't see it. Did you see what it said? I already know that it's bad, right?
Yeah, it wasn't particularly good. I mean, I didn't watch the whole thing. I got the general idea of what was going on, and I didn't watch it till the end. I thought, okay, he's talking like this. That's what's happening. Move on.
Cooper 888 says, "Why is the United States paying interest for their own money?" That's funny. You got jokes, bro.
Because
You
it's
got
not
jokes.
their money, it's British money.
Right, but it's all this really no one owns the debt. And I I'm going to break
No,
this
someone
down in
owns the
my
debt.
macroeconomics class that I teach. So I teach like technical analysis, macroeconomics, and trading strategy, right? And one of the things is the way the debt works and how it filters around like that. It's not what you think, but actually the debt is a good thing. The higher our debt goes up, the better it is for us.
And how does that work, if you don't mind me asking? Because I'm thinking the opposite.
Well, it's
I
one of
would
those.
I would also like to beg to differ on that. I mean, I understand the flow of currency, but that doesn't make sense to me.
If we have more debt, then we can sell more of our debt. Is basically the
Yeah,
concept.
but if you didn't have a debt, then you could sell loans and make money.
Right, and I understand that, but we're not getting out of debt. I'll tell you that right now. That ain't happening. So
I
the band aid fix is to create more debt. That's all I'm saying right
yeah, yeah, kick the bucket down the road. That's what's going on at the moment.
now. Exactly. So yeah, is it a good thing? You know, in the big scheme of things and how everything is just crumbling. No, it's not good. But in the short term, let's put a band aid on it and, you know, pump liquidity into the market and into society. It's kind of good. It's a double edged sword, guys.
Hold on. It's you referred to putting a band-aid on it, right? But I'll give you the equivalent. That's like trying to put a band-aid on a black hole.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah, man,
putting a band aid on a bullet wound.
it's yeah, exactly, dude. It's putting a band-aid on something that needs stitches.
Yeah, and unfortunately, the issue with putting a band-aid on a bullet wound, we just continually have been putting band-aids on the wound. Eventually, we have to rip off the band-aid, and there's going to be
Yeah.
a sting to that. And then on top of it, then we got to go in there and dig the bullet out, stop the bleeding, patch it up, stitch it up, and then it can start to heal. But
So
honestly,
like,
no one's trying to do that. No one's trying to do the
well,
real fix. They want to
That's
kick
what
the
you're
bucket.
saying. That's what you're seeing right now with Venezuela.
yeah,
He's trying to get the resources, right, to pull his country out of crap, but he's not doing it by legal means, which is another concern. What sort of image reflection is he going to put onto other countries if he's going to go do willy-nilly what he wants and not abide by the rules?
Stash says the U.S. debt puts our grandchildren in slavery. The economy needs to crash and reset. I 100% agree with that. Everything is
yeah.
hyperinflated. It all has to come tumbling down. It's a house of
And
cards that is teetering on the side of a cliff.
I would like to point out, like I kind of think, like we stopped printing pennies this year. I kind of think that in 2-3 years we're probably gonna
Well,
stop
they're
printing
starting to
nickels.
make them again. So that
What?
changed. Yep, they're making.
When did that happen?
That was like 2 days ago. They're starting the production of pennies again because there's such a penny shortage right now. Dude, I've been going and buying rolls of pennies. I'm actually because right now I'm pretty much sidelined from the market, and I'm holding cash. What I'm doing is instead of holding cash, I'm buying change, and then I'm going through the change. I'm looking for silver.
I promise you, for the next month, I am not. I am absolutely 100% not out of the crypto market. I want to see what happens after March because
Well,
I
I'm not.
can draw it.
Let me
I can
rephrase it.
draw it
I'm not
on
out of the
every
market.
single.
I'm stable coined up mostly. But most of my investments, like
I'm
even my
buying
real
right now.
estate, man, like I'm trying to get rid of my real estate because I have a feeling that the market's going to crash. And
Well,
silver
that's
is the
inevitable.
indicator.
That's inevitable. The market, the real estate market is so overinflated right now that it's almost unaffordable to buy property anywhere. And I know this. I just came out of real estate from the last, fucking 6 years, right? Like I've been a real estate agent. The market right now is so it's ugly how overinflated it is.
Yeah,
Very overinflated at the moment. And the thing is, Trump's had to do this to make their figures look good.
right. And that's a problem that he's more concerned about looking good than doing what's right for the market and for everything, right? I
Well,
mean, even gas
You're,
like came
you're,
down a little bit, right? But
I
like
kind
he
of feel like
promised
it's
all this stuff and like we haven't seen it. He promised us no tax on crypto. He's honestly, the only promise that he made that he's really been sticking to is deportations.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. When he was running, the only thing he said was no tax on crypto that's U.S. propagated, right?
Right,
So,
exactly.
so what do you got there? You got Ripple and a handful of other companies,
But
right?
that's not even happening. That's not even coming. Like,
No, I
there's
understand
nothing
that.
on the books.
I
There's
bought
nothing
I
being
bought
written.
I
There's
bought a
no
fucking
executive order.
$23,000. I bought a $23,000 vehicle this year based off of hoping that that was going to come true. Now I'm going to have to pay all that tax. I get it.
Yeah.
Like I'm not immune to the what's going on there. I'm just saying, like, that was the idea behind it, not all crypto.
Right.
Mhm.
I get what you're saying, and thank you for clarifying that. But pretty
Yeah,
much most
I'd like to
everyone
say something in
knows what I'm
regards to what
talking about
Trump's
here.
been saying.
I'm giving a generalized idea, and like we can argue and nitpick about little facts, but one of the things that I want people to try to learn to do is let's stop arguing over little nitpick things and try to understand the spirit of what people are trying to convey. The message I'm trying to get across here is that Trump has made a lot of promises and he hasn't really followed through with any of them. Even with the tariffs, that was one of his promises that he ran on, and he kind of flip flopped back and forth on that thing. And now we're, what is it? Tomorrow we're going to find out if it's even legal for him to do that. The
And that's
only
going to cause
real
another problem because companies like Target and Walmart that have been paying these taxes, if it's deemed illegal, they're going to want their money back. And where's that money going to come from?
exactly,
Taxpayer.
exactly, and it'll be like another bailout, is what it's going to be like.
Yeah, I'd just like to say one thing. Trump was right about one thing. I have to give him kudos for this. He says, you're going to win so much, you're going to say, stop winning. I don't want no more. Well, I'm looking at what's happening with the market. I ain't won nothing, but I want it to stop.
Yeah, that's for real. For real. Like I won, because I was smart. I saw the writing on the wall, and I got out after he got inaugurated because I listened to what he said. And when he said that he was going to be doing tariffs on everyone, you know, that was part of his campaign. So, like, I bought the rumor and sold the news. As soon as we got the news that he is in office and inaugurated, I was like, all right, next step is tariffs. And sure enough, it happened. And it's just been a roller coaster ever since.
So, so if you look on my page, there's only two videos, right? There's one of like me doing a drone video over a fucking river, and then there's a picture. Or it's an ascending wedge on XRP when it before it fucking took the big dive, right? It already took a dive before that, but like before it took the big dive, and that's where I sold, and and I rebought at like $2, right? Like I waited it out,
You
and
did the same thing as me.
I bought 163, man.
No, I'm not
163 was
joking.
my
I'm not
rebuy.
joking.
And dude,
I
I
seen
told
I seen the
everybody
ascending wedge when it happened, bro. Like
it was right here. It was January 28th. I
yep,
sold and I warned everybody. I said, "Hey, we're going to crash and we're going to continue moving downward in like a bearish trend until we hit about 160 to 163." I set my price point at 163. Boom, that shit hit. And then we went all the way up to 340, right? Or excuse me, 365, right? 367. All right. And then that same prediction, I said we would hit up to about 160 one I said about one or excuse me 375 380. We didn't quite make it there, and then we would run down to about 130. So 130 to 160 is my buy point to DCA in on XRP. And even then, it's not really on my radar anymore. Like, why would I buy something like XRP? Like, it kind of makes no sense. If you're going to buy XRP, you might as well buy Bitcoin.
I will argue counterpoint there because like we were just talking about this a little bit ago, right? When you start talking about national debt and things like that, right? And the clearances that we're getting, that we're seeing behind the scenes, right? Where we're getting approved here, we're getting approved there, we're getting approved for oil trade, we're getting approved for whatever, right? Like, yes, that doesn't influence it quite right now, right? Like it doesn't influence the market, but those are little gains, those are little wins. And I know that when I say that, like I understand how crazy that sounds, right? Like when we talk about the world's largest exports of oil and da 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 being traded with XRP, that that doesn't that should sounds like it should be a huge win, but it's really not because it doesn't influx. There's so many XRP, right? Like there's 100 billion of those things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
and Ripple owns 44% of it.
I think is it that is
Yep.
I think is it 42?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something around that mark. I don't know the exact, but it's something around the 40%.
It was 44.
It's,
I'm guessing 42 now because they've sold a bit.
I was thinking it was closer to around like the 40, 39, but even if it's not
40%,
right?
let's
Like,
just round it. 40%.
okay, let's call it 40%, right? Like Ripple owns 40%. Even if they were a scam, even if they were in it to just tank it, right? What do they really got to win at this point?
That's the problem.
Hey,
They're a
Ripple's winning
company.
all the time. Hold on.
You,
Ripple's winning all the time because all they're doing is taking the liquidity every time people put money in.
exactly.
We're seeing that right now. We're seeing it with Bitcoin. Look at all the cliff edges we've had and then dropped straight down, making it look like a faker and then drops every time.
And what
do we have? What do we have by the government taking possession of most of the Bitcoin? Then, let me ask you that.
The government isn't taking most possession of the Bitcoin. Who told you
No,
that?
but that's their goal, right?
No, their goal
Well,
is
yeah,
we're
creating a
listen,
crypto reserve.
hold on. Their goal with the Bitcoin strategic reserve is for years they've seized Bitcoin and just dumped it into the market. So now they see the potential that Bitcoin can go up. So the idea is to have an escrow where they unlock certain amounts to pay off certain debts and things like that, and to sell it more strategically. That's the only
I don't
difference.
believe that. I don't believe that
What do you
under
mean?
the
Don't
simple.
believe that? That's what it is. It's written in black and white. You can believe, in
Hold
one
up,
hand and
hold
shit
up.
in the other. Which one's going to fill
Let
up
me
first?
explain. Let me explain. All right. So, if they do that, right? So, they've been seizing Bitcoin. You just said that,
Mm-hmm.
right?
For
Correct?
like 10 years now,
Yep. Yep.
and
They've been seizing Bitcoin.
and they dump it every time they get
Yep.
it. They just sell it.
Yep.
Okay.
Correct. So now all of a sudden their goal changes to accumulating it.
Well, just holding it
Correct?
to sell.
Am I wrong?
No, not accumulating. That is incorrect.
I really?
Yes.
Yeah, the key word in his statement is strategic. People miss that word very often. Yes.
And so the difference is accumulation is that the Bitcoin is going to be purchased by the US government. No, they're going to acquire it and they're going to sell it when it's high instead of selling it at whatever price it is and dumping the market.
Except for like 4 days ago they put out a statement that basically says they're going to start accumulating.
No.
Yes.
Show me. Tell me where to go. I'll pull it up right now.
Give me a minute.
Prove it. Put your money where your mouth
Give
is, bud.
give me 1 minute. I'll be right back.
All right. Anybody can just say or think or misinterpret what they read. And that's what I think Starks was saying there is like people misinterpret what is actually being said. Would you agree with me, buddy?
100%. Look, it's called a strategic reserve. Strategic means they're going to find ways to put money into there without having to put their hands in their own pocket. Right. That's what the word strategic means in this case. And people, they see the Federal Reserve, crypto reserve, and they think fantastic. Right. Now, the flip side is bonds are being sold in USDT now to pay off some of these debts and stuff.
And really, what we're seeing is the U.S. government becoming what Ripple is to XRP, holding a massive supply and dumping on it when it goes up.
Exactly.
Yeah. And unfortunately,
but you know what the concerning part is? You know, here's the concerning part that I see. That I hear everyone talking about the country's debt, right? Now, the debt is like 40K at the 40 billion at the moment, right? But you know what the public's debt is in the United States? 140 billion.
Yeah.
Right. So when you're messing with numbers like that, you got to tread very, very carefully, because it can go wrong way very quick. Yeah. And right now, I don't see them doing anything to fix the situation. These stimulus checks, they're not going to help. They're just going to, like it says, Band-Aid on a gunshot wound, you know what I mean? Right? We're not going to see no real fixing of anything. In fact, I think I ain't trying to be biased or nothing, but from what I've seen so far, the only thing I've seen the orange man do is line his own pockets, yeah. And the ones that are sitting around the table with him.
You know what I think? I think the ship is sinking, and they're stealing the silverware.
Exactly. 100%.
Let's see here. It looks like Joe's back. All right, Joe, what do you got for me? And not to disparage you or anything, but like this is a fact-based show. So if you're gonna say anything, I need something to back it up. You know, you got to have the receipts.
No, you're good. You're good, because this is some stuff that came across my Google a couple days ago, and I started reading into it, and the more I read into it and the more I kind of searched it, the more that popped up. So I kind of want outsiders' opinions in it. I've been in fucking Bitcoin since 2011. I'm doing good in my life. But
only if you sell. Right.
Well, I take bits and pieces when I want it.
You know? But you have to sell it in order to realize it.
What is it that needs to be fact checked? Tell me what it is.
Basically, what was it that
Hold up. I got the exact search for you.
Revolution is our fact checker for the show. So basically the idea is that the United States will be accumulating Bitcoin to put into the strategic reserve.
Google U.S. government will likely start to buy Bitcoin.
There's no proof of that. Okay, so let me just help you out with something, bro.
I know there's no proof of it.
Right, and so that's the thing, is this is a fact-based show. Everything needs to be backed up with proof. Anyone can say likely. Google. Google is an AI generated response. Hold on, let me talk. All right. I don't want to have to rug you. Google is an AI generated response, and it gets those responses based off of what other people post.
Correct.
What we're looking for is the actual information. Okay.
I want you to Google that and skip the AI.
I don't Google. Okay,
Skip the AI.
We have a professional fact checker that digs in not just to Google, every search engine, looks at the official documents, okay, and then we'll read them to us. So we're gonna have a fact check on this, and we're gonna have the official documents from the government, because that's the only thing that matters.
I have no idea if there's official documents.
There is. See, that's the difference between Googling something or asking AI something and actually fact checking something. Is there's a paper trail for every bit of information out there. Okay, so they can't just do things.
Well,
first of all, I'm going to say United States government. This is not China.
It's put out across more than one media.
It doesn't matter what the media lies to you too, bro.
The media lies every single day, but it doesn't lie from every single angle.
What? Yeah, they do. Bro, I have this bridge I'd like to sell you. You interested? Or maybe some oceanfront property in Arizona?
So, I'll tell you this, Ben.
Okay. Can I talk?
Trader?
Yeah, hold on. Give Revolution a second. So she's got the fact check for us.
She's good.
The White House never came out with that statement. That is an assumption by other people that they are somehow going to buy Bitcoin to add to their reserve. Their reserve right now is basically seized assets that they have obtained from the United States and other countries for, people using it illegally. The White House has never come out saying that, nor has any government branch of the White House come out to say that they are going to be obtaining Bitcoin, although this is mostly what Bitcoin holders want to hear in order to boost and manipulate the market.
Exactly. So they'll put out whatever rhetoric. Google will mess with your search results. AI will mess with the information it gives you. And people will put out articles every day, so that way AI sees a mass amount of the same response and gives that response out to people, but that doesn't make it true. Okay, what matters is the official statement from the White House, because the White House has to tell us, because it's the United States government and it's ran by and for the people. Okay, so you can speculate on anything. Okay, yeah, I can speculate that the U.S. government is going to buy all the XRP supply from Ripple and then lock it up and never sell it. I can speculate anything I want. It doesn't make it true. We're looking for facts.
So, yeah, I'd just like to add something. I'm finding a lot of people are relying on AI. And the problem with AI is it doesn't tell you the truth. It tells you what you want to hear. There's a difference.
I'm not relying on AI, number one.
Yeah, I don't trust AI, not AI, one, bro. Because...
You said you use Google? Google is AI. Okay?
Yeah.
No, I'm not reading the top AI overview.
It doesn't matter. The AI chooses what to put in the top search result. You do realize that 90% of the internet is shadow banned now. 10 years ago, when you used to go to, or not even 10 years, 5 years ago, you used to go to Google and search something, you would get a list of 100 pages. Now it's reduced that down to 10 pages. So we have lost 90% of the internet. It's still there and exists, but you won't be exposed
misunderstanding
to it. Hey, brother, I am talking. This is my show. All right? And I want to hear what you have to say, but you have to let me finish. Okay? And I will let you finish. I will give you the same respect. All right? So 90% of the internet search results has been erased. You cannot see it anymore. It's basically not there anymore. And the top 10 pages are what Google wants to push and wants you to see. So you can't rely on Google. You can't rely on a search engine to give you credible information about anything. Especially in what we're talking about, there is a paper trail, an official document to track everything that is done. And if you are not digging through official documents, then you're just talking out your ass. No offense. Okay?
No offense back, right? But I'm a trader. and I go off of how the
trader
market's
chat.
going to react to the news that's out there.
Okay, so we buy the rumor, we sell the news as a trader, right?
Yes.
Absolutely.
So the rumor is that they're going to do that. That there's the speculation of that the U.S. government is going to accumulate Bitcoin. We've had that rumor. Now we have the news. The news has come out and given us the official document and said otherwise. So it's time to sell the news on that one.
So with that, then where do you find all the news that's came out in the last 4 days then?
What do you mean? Nothing has come out in the last 4 days.
I can show you
anything.
I can show you article after article.
Send it to me. But there's no official. Anyone can write an article. I can literally go and write an article right now. They offered me a job at ABC to work for Vice. I could write an article about anything. Doesn't mean that it's true. And most of these articles, they don't even issue redactions for anymore.
The problem is there's these websites and they're like, oh, this is a news article. But the reality is it's coming from some bullshit ass, whatever kind of website you want to call it. You need to find it from different sources, from the right, from the left, from the middle, and see what comes up out of all three of them. And the reason why is because you're being shown what you want to see. Your search engine, every time you research something or look at something, it adapts to your algorithm. So you will start getting news articles from non-reputable places, and you think they are because they do. They sound good, they look good, it's what you want to hear or something you might want to hear in the future. But you need to find articles on all sides. Let me finish. You need to find articles on all sides of the spectrum, not just right, not just left. Dig deep into everything. And if you don't see it, go to the government website. It shows everything you could want to see. They give you the latest alerts, the announcements, everything. That is not an announcement, nor has it been. The last thing about Bitcoin was putting it into the reserve back in March of 2025.
When it comes to the,
I believe
Binance. 1 second, real quick. This is really short and quick, and then I'll let you have the floor. When it comes to the U.S. government, the fact checking is very easy to do. You just need to see what the official government website report is, and it will be an official document, and that will give you all the information. Okay, anything else is just noise. Go ahead.
So my what I was going to say is I believe Binance about as much as I believe Yahoo Finance, right? Like they're never going to talk bad about any investment ever. I don't give a shit what it is. If it's gold, if it's silver, if it's Bitcoin, if it's XRP, if it's fucking Shiba Inu, right? Like they're never going to talk bad about it.
Right, because they're invested into it.
That's their motive for the article. Am I wrong?
Well, I mean, part of the motive is the media is bought and paid for. And that's why people come to shows like mine for decentralized media. I'm not bought and paid for. I have nothing to gain from crypto. I don't even own it. I told you earlier, I'm holding stable coins. I have nothing to gain from pumping the price of anything. I'm here to tell you the truth. And I
hold Bitcoin, but that's because I've been in since 2011.
And you have a Bitcoin bias because of it.
No, not really.
Yes, it's
I don't really
bias.
fucking believe in Bitcoin,
bro.
I don't really believe in Bitcoin, to be honest with you.
I understand it, but
I think it's a slow piece of trash.
You want it?
I think it's a slow ass piece of shit.
Okay, but listen.
I would rather have my money in Bitcoin if it was, say, XRP. However, I have my fragments of Bitcoin from when I was when Bitcoin first came out, when it was basically only Bitcoin and Litecoin. Right? Like those were the two options on the market.
I have a question for you. From 2011, to till 2022, Yeah, just before the bear market started. Right. You must have been loving Bitcoin.
I actually didn't get my key back until last year.
So he would
Right.
have
So
bought
yeah.
pizzas
So
with it
so
if
you've
he
got a
had
motive
known.
to hate Bitcoin then.
He would have bought pizza too.
I, I
Yeah.
had I had I had 2.2 Bitcoin in my wallet, and I had
Yeah. Don't disclose. Don't disclose what you
Yeah,
got, bro.
I don't
I
even disclose what I got. And
I will.
hold
Well,
on.
I don't
Hold
have
on, hold on, hold
2.2
on.
Bitcoin
I
anymore.
wanna go back to the bias part. Okay, Brooke had said that it's okay to have a bias, and yes, it is okay to have a bias. But when we're looking for facts and we're spreading information, we want to make sure that we are giving out factual information. You can have a bias on that information and your own opinion, but this is a fact-based show, and we want to focus on what are the actual facts. Brooke, did you
I'll
want
tell
to add
you
something?
this.
Well, here's where I go. The actual facts, like we can talk about facts and how things are today. And so here's where I go. Yeah, we can talk about the facts and the fact that the facts don't work anymore in our modern day paradigm. And the Federal Reserve is finding out that modern monetary theory does not work. And if it does, it happens in extraordinary circumstances, which they will have to purvey.
You know.
Anyway,
Hold on, let her talk.
that's beyond my fight. And I'm just here to say that bias, like every single one of us is biased. Like I will say I am biased against Solana because I think Solana is the meme hub club of the world, and I hate meme coins, so I automatically hate Solana. However, the information that is presented to me in the traditional finance world and the infrastructure that's being built tells me something that confronts my bias, and that is Solana. It doesn't matter how I feel about it. It's going to be used apparently by the big names because they say it will, along with all these other things that everyone craps on, which is really funny because it's infrastructure and it's not just one coin. Like, people, you have to look at how this all interacts and like builds together, or else you're not going to make it on the other side. And so it's like, I kind of sit back and laugh at things like this because I'm like, okay, for one thing, everyone thinks that they're not biased. Everyone is biased. It's just whether you accept your bias or not, and you accept it as a blind spot and you can see beyond it.
So,
And then
Brooke,
another thing
oh yeah, go ahead.
is this is a completely different paradigm shift that what we're going off of. Gold is telling us that, silver is telling us that, digital assets and the way that the traditional financial world is moving is telling you something's not right. They're changing things and they're moving on to something else. However, you interpret that is up to you. You can think that I'm full of poo poo. But let me tell you, I'm not getting less wrong after 5 years. And so I sit back on this and I just go, it's so much fun. At this point, it's so fun. It's unfortunate, but also so fun to watch everything just happen. And like and once you relinquish control, because 5 years ago, I thought, oh my gosh, I can prevent all this if we can all kumbaya together and we can, yeah, no. Everyone, everyone educated
Let
me
that
very
happen, bro.
fast about how awful humans are. And congratulations, the consensus won, everyone.
Yeah.
So now
So
you get in the UK, people in the UK were debating me for years about digital ID and CBDCs are awesome. Congratulations, UK,
no.
you got it. Yay!
Yeah,
Seriously,
but the
for
problem is that
years. Let me
look,
Well, let her finish.
The problem is, right, the UK is the central financial hub for the entire world. So if it's happening here, it's going to filter around the world very, very quickly.
I know.
So,
Yeah, yeah,
so what I
yeah,
want to say
absolutely.
here,
Sorry.
I was
hold on.
completely
Let's
against.
reel it in real quick. All right. So we were talking about bias and fact-based information, right? So yes, I have a bias against Solana too. It's the meme coin collectors blockchain. That's what I believe. Obviously, it has other use cases, right? But that's what I see in my mind. But the factual information about Solana is it is an inflationary asset. Now, that doesn't mean that that can't change, but as for now, the way it stands is that's what it is, right? And that goes for the same with the Bitcoin strategic reserve. Okay, we have the information given to us in black and white that spells out exactly what it is. We can speculate that further on down the road, this and this and this can happen, but as of right now, this is what it is. That's the difference.
This is why I love you because this is the difference between me and you. And I love that you just said what you said because I had this conversation with a couple who like now on the outside, one is severely neurotypical and the other one is severely not neurotypical. And I said, you are like one person is a visionary that can see beyond what is now. The other person is not. And no offense, Crypto Goat, that is where we decipher
Well,
because
I see
no,
the
no, no,
vision.
here, no, there, no, you do, but you don't at the same time. You can't accept it. There's, there's a
Let me
very,
say a
and
couple of
so
things.
what I will say, no, hold on. I will say, after being in this space for 5 years, there's a personality type, okay? And the type A type of people, and more than likely, you fall into other certain type of stereotypical categories. But you can't see beyond your front nose. If it's not there, if it's not fact, if it's not in your face, it doesn't exist. And then there's those of us who can see beyond it, who see what's being built, who can draw between the lines. Those two people are the difference between the people who keep the normie things going. We need you. Congratulations. You are altogether correct in the world that you live in right now, in the reality that you find yourself in right now. It's people like me that tell you, guess what, guys? You're shifting. And you know what doesn't sit well with all of y'all? You can't accept that. And the fact that the things that you thought were true are no longer going to be true. The very foundational
The,
things that are true will
let,
always, hold on, they will always remain true,
let
which
me
is
push
also
back on
very
this a little bit.
scary. It's also
Can
very
I,
scary. The things that are true are very basic and they will remain true. And this, depending on where your bias is, will depend on where you lie on the other side of this.
So
Okay.
this is my
can I,
pushback.
can I just add a couple of
Hold on.
things here?
Real quick, real quick. Make it quick.
Yeah. I mean, I've been following crypto for the last like 10 odd years, right? And one thing I noticed, right, 2018, 2019, they were talking about banning crypto, right? 2021, they decided that they're going to become part of it and they're going to do something to to utilize it. Now, me being me, I'm thinking to myself, right, they've got a 13 trillion debt. At that time, it was like 10 to 13 trillion, right? I was thinking if they put in 2 trillion right now and they pull out at the top at 68K, right? They're going to have half that debt paid off. They've never done that.
Yeah,
That implies to me they've got no intention of paying off this debt.
they don't. They're going to send it, guys. Like,
And
there's
can I
one or
just get
two
to my
things.
second point? Can I just
Yeah,
get to my
no, you're
second point?
right. We drop or they freaking send this market to the stratosphere. Go for it.
Right. The second part is, yeah, you're absolutely right in regarding to Solana, because I'm on the same opinion. It's not doing anything good for the crypto community, but you could make money off it. But that doesn't make it okay. It's just like some of these pharmaceutical companies, right? They're not doing the right things, but we're still making money off them. And the other thing is, I'm over 40, right? So I remember the days of VHS. And at the time of VHS, they had another VHS cassette as well called a Betamax. Now, the Betamax was better than the VHS, but it wasn't the most popular, right? So it never got mainstream attention. And it could be the same thing in crypto. Just because Bitcoin's the best doesn't mean it's going to be the front runner. XRP could take that spot, or Ethereum could take that spot. We don't know
Here's the
yet.
thing. No, no, no. Here's the thing. There's no spot to be had. That's
It's an
my whole fight
ecosystem.
here. It's
Yeah,
an yes, it's an
yeah.
ecosystem. And so what XRP does, what Bitcoin does, what Ethereum does, what Chainlink does, what Quant does, it will all. And so if you can think about this thing as a sifting type of mechanism, the entire marketplace is going to sift out how they're
But,
going to utilize each one of these protocols.
but
The
my point
infrastructure.
was, just because something's the best doesn't mean it's going to be the one that's going to be utilized.
No,
Look at
that's true.
Apple
It's
with the iPhone. It's not the best, but it's user friendly, and it used
you
to
know,
be the
I
most
love my
secure,
own.
and now it's not. Now it's not as secure. So like, it's just one of those things where as time goes by, things change. But I wanted to push back on what you were saying about
I
uh,
love my iPhone.
being
I'm just here to say it
being. I
unapologetically.
love
I
my
don't.
Google Pixel, man.
I hate the Esther.
As a content
I'm
creator,
telling.
it's amazing. The best phone on, the best camera on the market, right?
As
And
a person who hates technology but talks about it a lot, who likes to stay the same, and like Apple's great.
all right, so I want to circle back to what you were saying. Is like there are those that are the visionaries that can read between the lines and see beyond, and there are those that are like stuck in the facts, right? So
Yeah.
here's what I want to tell you is that I do see between the lines, and I do see the direction we are headed. And honestly, a lot of times we agree on most things, right? Um, and I do have that vision, and I understand that this is going somewhere. A lot of times I say things very hyperbolically, that adoption already happened, that PayPal's the same thing. The idea is to get people to start thinking critically and to question things and to not just take everything at face value. That's the point of it. It's TV, right? But the purpose of this show is to stop, not necessarily FUD things, but to stop misinformation and to stop, um, the crazy nonsense that's been filtering throughout the system with crypto in particularly. Um, I saw a void that needed to be filled. Everyone here was about speculation, and I speculate too, you know, but I built this show to be fact based for a reason because that's the void that needed to be filled in this space. There was too much nonsense information or crazy pipe dreams, hopium being spread, and I was like, you know what? Let's have a show that kind of
Let me
sticks to.
push back
Hold on,
on
hold on,
you.
hold on. Let's stick to the facts and let people decide for themselves. Because I do have my opinion, I do have my visionary, but I decided to put that aside and not spread that and try to focus on what is happening right now and what is real and tangible that we can prove, and also at the same time have an opinion and speculate a little bit. But the idea is if somebody comes on here and says that the United States government is acquiring Bitcoin and says that, I'm going to tell them no, they're not. That's the only difference. But go ahead.
Here, no, and here's where I'll push back, and here's the visionary thing. No wealth has been created. No, the very few people have made it in life by basing their forward thinking into the now. It is always the visionaries. It's always the people who are like, no, 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 this is what it could be. Apple back in the day, there was 50 million reasons why Apple wouldn't be a thing. But guess what? It was. And guess what? It gave you plenty of signs to tell you that it was. And guess what? Multiple people here who are older than me tell me sob stories. My first finance professor gave me my first finance lesson over the fact that she sold Apple at a fraction of a penny whenever she like bought into it. And she said that was the stupidest thing because I was typical. And that always stuck with me. Be typical. Stay in the facts, everyone. Stay in the world that you're at now because it's true. It's happening. You can correlate it. You can do all the things. What I'm here to tell you is that entire paradigm is going to shift. And if you're not ready for it, it's absolutely going to freaking melt your face. Silver has melt faces. Gold has melt faces. 4 or 5 years ago, people told me I was absolutely crazy, that that was a boring market. And I said, you should be accumulating right now. And I was laughed at. Guess what, guys?
When
And guess what?
something's
No one had
boring,
invaded
that's when you should be
anyone.
accumulating it, right? When
Exactly.
it's hyped up, that's when you should
Brooke,
be. And that's the point of
Brooke.
what I'm doing here, Brooke, is that everything's a bit hyped up. Obviously, we're starting to come back down, but believe in this. And I firmly believe that this is all going to go crazy, right? At some point, and it's going to melt your faces off and everything you're saying. I do agree with that. Maybe not $10,000 for XRP, but notice what it says is XRP will not go to 10K this cycle because
Right.
it's just unfathomable. It's just not going to happen, right? That
It's
doesn't
more
mean that
Now,
it
a
can't go
hundred,
to 10K, right?
right. And so
it's
it's
more
all
money
about
than
use case.
gold.
There's this whole supply and demand thing here. And so, truly, truly, here's the thing. Here's where I want people. Here's where I go. I want to caution you because you're like, oh, facts, 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 facts. Listen, this technology has never been adopted at scale. The paradigm shift that we are undergoing has never happened at the level that the entire world is going to shift at the exact same time. And however the cards fall in that shift, I don't know. What I
Honestly, I
do
don't
know
think it
is that the
shifts like
evidence
that.
is telling you.
I don't think it shifts like
How
that.
how not?
We've
Does
seen
not the
in
recent events
history,
tell you? Okay,
we've seen in history, right? How, and let's do money for example, right? Because we're talking about the shift of money. We didn't shift to
perfect.
from gold to paper notes overnight. It was a transition over
Right.
time, and that's what I see happening
It
is a transition over time.
right. But that so it happens slowly, slowly and all at once, right? Like 1971 when this other paradigm shift happened, it didn't happen overnight, but it also happened overnight. There was plenty of quote unquote coin clippage of gold before France ever came asking for their paper money in exchange for their physical gold. A very similar thing is happening on the world stage right now with silver, oddly enough.
Absolutely. The question
And
is
do you remember months ago
why
we were on
though?
here and we were both going, silver,
Hey,
precious
I got a
metal,
question for you,
silver.
Brooke. Why do you think silver's pumping?
It shows us exactly where we're at in this cycle. On a
No.
macro picture,
No.
yes, it does. I told, no, 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 hold on. I've been here for 5 years telling people in an event like I think we're coming upon, this is 5 years ago, Brooke, 5 years ago. I said, I'm a macroeconomist. I see this thing coming. Russia hadn't invaded Ukraine yet. Okay. No one had invaded anyone yet. I was on here saying before anyone could see a liquidity crisis, a dollar crisis, a yen crisis, a world war crisis. I said, I think we're on this. I think this is happening. Have I gotten more wrong or have I gotten more right? I've gotten more right. And I said, if this is happening, this is 5 years ago, people. I said, if this is happening, what should you buy? Historically, gold and silver do fabulous. If we are undergoing a shift historically, like I think we are, buy gold, buy silver. That was 5 years ago. Who else called that?
I did.
Me.
Me.
I called it because, listen to
Almost
me,
everyone.
it shows on the global macro picture what is happening to fiat. The entire world is on a fiat debt monetary based system. And what they are experiencing, what they don't know, is that it's collapsing on them. The world sucks. Your world sucks because of debt. Because your money is derived off of debt. That is collapsing. And so we will shift. And so what you're seeing central banks buy gold in the tunes of over 6 years. They have been buying up gold. Uh, let me the Basel upgraded gold to a tier one asset with no counterparty risk. It went from a three-tier asset to a one-tier asset. Now you tell me, where is the world heading? And you tell me where the banks are spending their money. Are they buying gold or are they buying fiat? They're buying gold. Does
Okay.
that not tell you where we're at?
So let me push back just a little bit on the silver. And here's the thing is, I agree with you. Okay. I think we are hitting a global financial shift, and that's why we're seeing these fluctuations in gold and silver to the upside. And I think in the past we've seen silver be very volatile. I don't think so. I don't think it's going to lose much of its value. However, on the fact-based side of things, right? So let's just look at the facts. Because of AI, they're using more silver. Okay, and then also, um, silver's been suppressed for a very, very long time, and so it's kind of catching up to where it should be. And
No,
also,
no.
China is
Here's
no
the question.
longer.
Why did they suppress it? Hold on. That's a very important question because silver has been suppressed since the
Because
1960s.
silver
Yeah,
has
there's a
When
reason
more.
for
you
Hold
that.
on, hold
saw
on.
you
Everybody, just
saw a
let
multi-generation.
everyone
Did you
Can I?
see that cup and handle?
everyone
Did you see that cup and handle? The multi
on gold.
45-year cup and handle? No, that silver pulled before it went to $85.
Gold has a cup and handle on the monthly right now.
Ooh, heck yeah. So
Can
go
I?
look
Can
at the
I just add
ratio. Go
something
look at the
about silver?
historical ratio. Go look at the
Hold on, I want
historical
to answer
ratio
your
between
question.
gold and silver.
Everyone started going. What was that question you asked? See, this is why we got to reel it in, guys. We got to answer the questions. If you're
Sorry.
gonna throw a question out there,
I'm
you got to.
two glasses of wine in. Just so
Not
everyone.
gonna argue.
Hey,
I
look,
love you, bro.
look.
You're awesome.
Can I just comment on this silver scenario at the moment?
Yeah, let's talk about it.
Right. The reason why silver's gone up, right, is because although a lot of countries are mining it, they don't refine it. It's all refined in China. Now, China have just come up and says they're no longer going to trade with the rest of the world in precious minerals. So that's driven the price up. If you look at the price of silver, before the 1st of January this year, China was buying it $10 higher than what the
In
Western world
spot.
was
Hmm.
buying it for. So
Yep.
the price was being suppressed by the West, and now these sanctions come into place, yeah, and they're not selling it. The price of silver has skyrocketed for two reasons. One, because of this new government China law that they're coming out with about precious metals, and two, silver is one of the main ingredients for the new type of battery that's coming out.
So one thing
And
about silver is, so the question I remember now is, why was silver suppressed? One reason is because they wanted to keep gold as the gold standard, right? Because China had so much silver, much more than we did. And China's basically been on the silver standard. We've been on the gold standard, right? Gold has
Yeah.
use case,
Yeah.
right? Just like silver does. But silver's use case is actually much more than gold is. We use silver in our breakers, in our computers, in our electrical. Honestly, we use copper wire. We would use silver for copper wire if it weren't for the fact that silver was previously traded as a currency before the
As a
use case
currency.
of
Uh-huh.
conductivity came along, because it's actually more conductive.
It had intrinsic value before
Exactly.
it had monetary value before it had conductivity
Yeah,
value.
the
Because
We
problem
found
with
here's
silver.
the thing.
Everyone chill out. So the thing was is that we decided, we were like, okay, well, we have copper and it gets the job done, just not as well, but it's cheaper because like you said, Brooke, is copper already had intrinsic value, right? Now, what's another
I
reason
have to
why
disagree, bro.
it's been suppressed? Because it has more use case. Okay, so we're utilizing
What
it
were
more
Dorothy's
often.
shoes? Dorothy's shoes. Hold on, sorry. No, no, no. Muhammad, what were Dorothy's shoes going down the yellow brick road
Ruby
to
red
the Emerald
slippers.
Red.
City? They
Red.
weren't ruby red in the book. What were they? The
Blue.
book.
I don't know. I never read the book.
They were the
Silver. Oh,
book
that's right. They were
in the
silver.
book. They were silver because they represented the monetary use case of silver
Right.
galloping down a
Yeah,
vein
let
of
me
gold
just
entire
to the
explain
Emerald
myself.
City
Wizard
of
of
Let
Oz
Fiat.
me
was
can I
based
just
off of
explain myself why I'm saying that's not true about copper and silver? Because silver doesn't work good at high temperatures. It can only be used in low power devices, whereas copper has a better heat resistance and it can be used with higher voltage and sustain higher temperatures for longer.
they use
That's why
silver in
silver's not
breakers.
used in mainstream circuit boards.
They use silver in breakers. Breakers are high voltage and
Yeah,
high temperature.
yeah, they're the breaking part. They're the breaking part. That's what I'm saying. They provide the resistance to go so the circuit don't
What I'm talking about is
overload
copper
the.
wire, right? We would use silver wire if it weren't for intrinsic value, is what I'm saying.
1000%. According to the so this is where I get really nerdy on the atomic table. Yes, silver is
Send
a
it.
much better conductive of
And obviously
electricity
gold is
than
better.
copper. Gold is the ultimate,
We
which is
got an
why I
expert in
think
the house. We've got Run Up in the house who's an expert. Yeah, I'd love
Yes.
to hear what he's got to say.
And let
Well,
me
I'm
reset.
definitely
I will
not
Let me
say
take a
an
that
second to
expert.
gold
reset the
doesn't.
room real quick. Everybody smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow everybody in the panel over here. These are all great people. I don't know Joe very well, but he seems to know a thing or two.
I would
so
like to add something.
hold on. I'm resetting the room here. I'll give you a chance to talk after Run Up, okay? So I want to give a formal introduction to Run Up. Go ahead, brother. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Oz. And I think um Mohammed has misspoken because I am not an expert by any measure. But I do know that silver is a better conductor of electricity than gold and copper.
Is that it? All that for that? I'm just
Yeah,
messing with you. Joe, what'd you have to say, buddy? Go ahead, Joe.
I just wanted to say that, like, I kind of feel like I was a little misunderstood earlier. I may have Bitcoin, right? But like the majority of my crypto asset is not in Bitcoin. Is the majority of my money is not held in Bitcoin.
Same here.
It's not held in XRP. It's not held in any. The majority of my crypto is held in Litecoin, but that's because I bought Litecoin when Bitcoin was $100.
Right.
You know,
The majority of my
I bought.
holdings is in real estate, classic cars, silver, and I mean not silver stocks, silver bars and things like that. Like I hold hard assets, right?
I get that. I'm not.
I'm just saying, like,
I'm not saying anything like that, man. I'm saying that as far as crypto goes, like to be told that I hold a bias because of Bitcoin, right?
Well, I mean,
Like
okay, I'm being
the majority of
You
my
do. You
assets.
do naturally.
everyone
It's
has a
the
No, I
bias,
don't.
bro.
OG.
I really don't. I really
I
don't
I
because I
hold
think
a
it's a
bias
shitcoin.
knowing about XRP. It's okay to admit your bias. Just admit to
No,
it and
Right.
move
I
on.
literally think that Bitcoin is a junk coin, and I hope it tanks.
I
Well,
hope it
you'd be
tanks too, so
right.
I can buy more.
No,
So
I
what's
hope it
gonna happen?
tanks too.
Hold on. What's gonna happen to your Litecoin if Bitcoin tanks?
You know, the next coin that takes over will drive the market.
There,
Yeah,
I don't
you do
think there's the
understand.
next
In order for
coin,
the
bro.
next,
There is no next coin. Okay, we've moved past
See,
that. It's an ecosystem, and it all moves with Bitcoin. I'm calling it the simul cycle or the unicycle, but basically the whole Bitcoin, then Ethereum, then alts, then memes. I believe that's out the window. I think everything moves with Bitcoin now.
it does. It
yeah,
absolutely does.
Bitcoin's the S&P 500 of crypto.
Exactly.
That's the way I look at it.
Yep.
The way I see it is Bitcoin is not sustainable, and it's a junk coin. Honestly, it takes damn near an hour to make a transaction on it.
That has
So
changed with layer 2
Thank
technology.
goodness.
So that is no
Well,
longer the case. So because of layer 2s and layer 3s, Bitcoin can now operate fast. It can be cheaper, and it'll only get faster and cheaper. So that
I
argument's off
I
the table now.
I will firmly disagree that it will ever be a good coin,
I think it'll be a great coin for holding value because it's slow. Therefore,
That's all it's good for.
it's something that people are going to buy and hold on to, right?
That
Digital
is the
gold is what
only
people
thing
are
it's
calling
good
it.
for.
Yeah.
I think it was the first psyops from this whole movement.
Honestly, I
I
think
think
it
that they,
stands
so
for
I think they did an opposite. I
I
think that they did an opposite buy-in. So what I think, and here's my, I will put on my tinfoil crown, everyone. I think that they said Bitcoin beta test coin is going to be the first one. How are we going to market this? We're going to market it first as it being outside of the system. All of these people, they will never come onto a system if they think that they were coerced like the typical system that we used back during the Jekyll Island years. So we have to be better. We have to, so now we're going to do the opposite. We're going to release this asset that lies outside of the system that they quote unquote hate. And then they're going to buy onto it. They're going to sell you on it. People are going to preach it, live it, because they truly do believe it. And then they're going to take over it, just like they always do. And then that's where I go. That's where I say, here's where I go. That's where I come in and say, I have always understood that the money system is rigged. I always understood that there's overlords. And I'm like, the history that was back then is happening today. And I see that they have chosen a select few.
okay.
And
So
from there, you'll have your other like building off of this infrastructure, but they are setting the main infrastructure, and the chosen ones are the chosen ones are the chosen ones. That's not just XRP. That's Chainlink. That's Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin has a utility in here. It's just it's not how they sold you at it at first. So
absolutely.
you're gonna have to come to terms with that.
I since we all have our tinfoil hats on already, leave it on for a second. This is my little rabbit hole on Bitcoin. Okay, so we know that Satoshi Nakamoto basically means Central Intelligence Agency, right? I believe that Bitcoin is being sold and pushed for the sole purpose of when this switch flip global monetary system change happens, right? Everyone's going to speculate Bitcoin, right? And it is a nation toppler. What does the CIA do? they manipulate elections and overthrow governments and so on and so forth, right? So how can you do that? They literally did this in Rick and Morty. How do you topple a government? By changing a 1 to 0, right? So basically, the idea is to create the financial strategic reserve for Bitcoin, right? Get other countries to basically start buying up Bitcoin, because we're not going to buy it, right? We're just holding it. Maybe we do buy it or whatever, right? I believe that the CIA holds the Satoshi wallet, right? What's there, like 100 billion Bitcoin that they have?
A
They're
little
gonna
over a million.
sell everybody on the idea to buy up Bitcoin, right?
Yeah, there's
Get
only 21 million.
hold on, hold on. Okay.
Well, there's only 21 million Bitcoin.
Hold on. All right. So the the idea is there's only 21 billion Bitcoin, or million Bitcoin, you say. That's in circulation. There's 100 billion Bitcoin sitting in the Satoshi Nakamoto wallet. Okay, someone has that wallet, I believe, and I believe it's the CIA that has it, and they get all these countries to create their own private reserves where they start accumulating Bitcoin, and they have all their wealth into Bitcoin, right? And they're just buying it as it goes up, and it just keeps going up, and they think it'll never go down, and then what does the CIA do? They come in and they rug it. That's what I think.
Yeah, you know, us and Brooke, since we've got the tin hats on and stuff, right? You know, I completely agree with you, bro. I mean, I'm looking at it at a slightly different picture, but same. My picture is this: if they wanted to control your finances and everything, and they told you they're going to implement a system, you're not going to have none of it. But if they told you it was a way out of the fiat system and have your own independence, right, then everyone's going to jump for it, which then gives them the capitalization to research it, put the blockchain into effect so they can control your and watch your finances and everything you do. Right. So, yeah, I completely agree. I also think when Bitcoin gets to a certain level, it is going to turn into a meme coin at some point.
Okay. Revolution, can we get a fact check on the circulating supply of Bitcoin, the actual supply of Bitcoin, and how much Bitcoin is in the Satoshi wallet?
It's a little over a million in the Satoshi wallet.
This is a fact-based show, and there's been some speculation in the chat here. So let's get the facts on that.
Yeah, and the total supply is around 21 million. The circulating supply is a little over 20 million.
Okay, and then how much is in the Satoshi
wallet? A little over a million.
Okay. My mistake, okay, on the numbers there, but a million Bitcoin, all right, by one person, the original person, can rug the entire thing up. Revolution says that you were right on those numbers run up. So that's all I'm saying is I don't believe that Satoshi was a guy that just out of the kindness of his heart invented Bitcoin and never sold a dime of it and either passed away or is just never going to sell it. I just don't buy it.
Yeah, you know what I found strange as, yeah, on the 2012, like around about that era, the Apple MacBook CDs had the Bitcoin white paper on them as well. I don't know how this adds up into the whole equation, yeah, but why would you have the Bitcoin white paper on an operating CD?
Joe says, why am I muted for being right? You're not muted for being right. You're muted for continually interrupting me. So I did unmute you so you can unmute yourself, and you can, but you got to stop interrupting. Starks, this is your warning.
My warning.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, I find it quite strange how the white paper ended up on the operating CD for an Apple Mac. You know, When you install Apple Mac onto your computer, you have a copy of the white paper somewhere on the computer as well. These are things that haven't added up yet, but at some point in the near future, they will make sense. But until we know, we're in this guessing game.
Yeah. I think
Good night,
Bitcoin is
guys.
the greatest rug of all time. Go ahead, run it.
I said good night. That's all I had to
Oh,
say, man. Like I appreciate you accepting me on like your live stream, and I wish nothing but the best for you. But good night.
have a good night, brother.
Yeah.
See you later.
Night, Joe.
By the way, no disrespect for muting you. I can't. We're trying to have a debate. That's what this is, right? Nobody's right or wrong. Okay, it's not about whether you're right or wrong being silenced. It's about not interrupting people and giving them the floor. All right, where were we?
Yeah,
What
I
were we
mean, to
talking
be
about?
honest, we're in early days at the moment. There's a lot of conspiracy theories and all sorts flying about, as with everything else. So, until we get some more concrete evidence on what's actually going on, we're just gonna have to sit back and watch and see what's going on the TV show, crypto TV show.
Yeah,
I think all of it's conspiracy. Like, XRP is a part of that. Like, they all know exactly. That's the thing. And it's shocking to me that people are over here going like, oh, they don't know and Clarity Act. Yes, all of that, yes. At the exact same time, the ones that they have chosen, they are already chosen, and it's not one. It's not just XRP. It's a part of it. So people who are on here who are committed to misunderstanding me, that's not what I'm saying. They know exactly the rails and the trusted rails that they're going to use. It's already been decided.
Yeah.
It's just we're just in the happening. Venezuela, the happenings there, all of Iran, all of it tells me exactly that we are in the transition. And people always talk about this flip of the switch. It's not going to they want to wait for an overnight thing. Oh my gosh, all of a sudden this happens. What I like to
Brooke,
tell people
Brooke,
is hold on, you're in the happening, people. This
Yeah,
is
but what's
happening.
going on?
hold on, let her finish.
Oh, sorry.
No, and no, that's all. No, no, no. That's really it. You are in the happening. What has been is fading away. What is to come is coming into light. There will be death and there will be birth.
Stash
Okay?
says UBI will be launched in less than 10 years. All coins will go to zero.
I say less than 5 years. I say we're going to have UBI probably by at least by 2030, if not by
yeah.
I can
2028.
tell you exactly when
Mm.
UBI is implemented. And mark my words, it. I don't
Looking
know
at the
when.
UK guidelines.
Hold on. I don't know exactly when, but this is how you'll know it's coming. Okay, is when um, all the robots start taking the jobs, and we're kind of there right now. It's a slow transition with that. We're seeing the driverless cars, but once you start seeing a standardized of everything is automated, UBI is the next stop because no one will
Not
have
in the
jobs, no one will
BMW
have income
factories.
anymore.
Have you
We
not seen the
mustn't let the
BMW
normies
factory?
know. Sorry. This is another part where I go,
Because
everyone in my physical life is like, that's not happening. That's not real. You're crazy. And I'm
Oh,
like,
it's happening. All right,
okay.
Starks.
Yeah,
Okay.
What'd you have to
yeah. I
say?
mean, I
yeah,
think it's happening, but I
Hold on.
don't
Let
think
Starks.
it's any.
Let's start
Okay.
real quick. Go ahead, Starks. You have the floor.
I was just saying, it's already started. BMW have already got an automated factory in Germany where there's only about 6 people working in it, and the rest of the 1,000 people that used to work there have been replaced by robots. So, it's already happening. It's a matter of time before it filters down and people start complaining loss of earnings and stuff, and then you're going to have a whole new kettle of fish to deal with before the universal basic income comes into play. So we're going to see a lot of hardship before that happens.
All right, Run Up, you had something to say?
Yeah, I would beg to differ. I don't think that UBI is coming anytime soon. Definitely nowhere within the next decade. I think it'll take way longer than that. I also don't buy into any of these conspiracy theories. I don't think Bitcoin was a psyop. Um, I think it being created by the CIA is feasible but unlikely. I don't think we'll see some major shift in the global financial system. And
We're
I
already
think
seeing it.
Yeah, it's already
Like,
happening.
what do you
I mean,
I, no,
like?
I,
he's
What?
entitled to his
How?
opinion.
what are
I
we
know,
seeing?
but how? But facts matter, right?
Like
We
the
always talk
U.S.
about
dollar is
facts.
still the world reserve
You
currency.
don't. No, hold on. You don't see gold move and silver do the moves that it does unless it's in historical time. And if you're a macroeconomist, which we both talk macroeconomy, we go head to head. I know you're smart on macroeconomy. I cannot fathom, and I can only assess that you don't connect all of the things together because you will concede. You will say, "Yes, but this." "Oh yeah, but that's only because of this." "Oh yeah, but then this." And when I look at it, I say, all of that but this is all intertwined together. You're looking at a house of cards. All you are waiting on is when they cannot kick the can further down the road and when they are ready to let this system implode. What do you think? Why do you think Bitcoin's white paper came out of the 2008 financial crisis needing a better form of money? And then, how can you look at what they're building and the legislative laws and not say, oh my gosh, they might have been planning this from all along? I do not see how you look at the world in front of you, especially with the price appreciation of gold and silver, XRP, digital assets, and how people said we were crazy, what, less than 2 years ago, to saying that this is vital to the future of democracy of the United States, and the United States is going to be the crypto hub of the world. And then for you to come on and say, I don't think any shift is happening. So you negate what's happening in silver and gold and this shift completely?
I mean, precious
Explain
metals have
that
been.
in the no, explain that in
It
the
just
face
it
of
just started
facts.
Well, let
pumping
him rebut.
this
Let him rebut. Go ahead.
just the last year. Prior to that, it was suppressed, and that's largely due to all the geopolitical uncertainty that's happening at the macro level, at the global level.
Yes.
But
Again,
prior to that,
what does
so
that trigger to you? What
Are you
what
referring to
happened
the
the
yield
last
it's
time?
curve?
just,
What
huh?
happened to the last time a macro picture like this set up? It was World War II. And on the back end of World War II, you got the Bretton Woods system. Like the UK fell out of prominence and the United States rose to prominence.
Look at
What
bricks.
are you
Bricks
talking
forming
about?
is a strong indication of a shift. Why did they come together and they decide to go gold backed? Because the system is shifting. It that for me is enough to know that there's a transition happening in itself.
Look,
But there's always something going on geopolitically. There's always
let me
civil
just say
unrest.
something,
This is not
please.
anything new.
Let
Go
me
ahead,
just
We
say
can
Starks.
we
something.
can we
Hold
can
on, hold on.
actually
Give
argue
Starks the
that
Look,
what
floor.
took
look,
Hold on,
place
last year,
everybody chill.
is
Give Starks the floor real quick.
look, here's what I'm seeing, right? Last year, the petrodollar finished, the contract finished with Saudi Arabia, right? That led the dollar not being backed by anything. So now they needed backing. All this stuff going on with Venezuela and the oil is to get some backing for the dollar. Otherwise, the dollar's going to go to crap because they've got nothing to trade it with. Because it used to be the main currency for oil deals all around the world, but that's not the case. So there's no value left in the oil side. So now they're going to find gold, silver, build up a reserve, trade oil, right, to keep your currency up. And I think we may see another incline in the dollar's value before we see another big decline. But there will be a big decline coming soon.
I
The
got a question for
petrodollar.
everyone here in the panel. Okay, what is the real currency? What is currency really backed by? Does anyone here know?
Yeah, it depends on
It's
what
backed by
currency you're
debt.
looking at.
No,
It's
every
backed by
country,
debt.
every country
Dirt.
globally. What is the true currency? What does everything
Faith,
store?
hope, and trust.
No, if you're talking about countries like Saudi where they have the dinar and Qatar where they use the dinar as well as their own currency, the dinar is based on gold and silver. It's not even based on financial money. It's based on gold and silver.
Is just another store of the value of the true currency.
Yeah,
That
but what
is
I'm trying to
so
say to you,
true.
that is
Everything
what's
else is
being
credit.
Right
used.
with the win. Slave labor.
That's the real
Labor-
money.
Labor is the true value. Okay, our
Yep.
time and energy, time over energy equals value. Okay, it's the work that we put in. Okay, and we go to work, we work all day, and then we are given something of value. The true value is the time that we put into something. Okay, and we're seeing the shift happen right now. That people are realizing that I'm putting my time and energy into something with no return.
Wait,
It's
what you
called
mean no return?
usury.
So that's
It's
the
called
shift.
usury.
It's basically when I say no return is what we're getting in return for our time and energy is overly inflated, backed by either oil or gold, right? But those things are just placeholders. The true value will not be gold or silver. It will be oil because oil produces labor. Labor produces oil. You cannot run a country. You cannot produce energy. You cannot do anything without oil. And I do not see. I know the whole pipe dream is that everything's going electric. I just don't see that sustainably. So what
Not
will be
sustainable.
Oil is energy.
oil
We have
is
other
Yeah,
energy.
sources
So
of
what is the
energy as
true
electric
well.
currency?
electric
The
is
true,
not
It's just
sustainable.
the
oil
true
is cheap and
currency,
efficient.
right? So the true currency is energy, right? That's the
That's
true
true.
currency,
But that's currency. Currency is energy. Sorry. Yeah. Go
right?
ahead.
So currency is energy, and the value comes from labor. Energy,
And
labor.
that's
Well, I just want to
separating
say
now.
we're
AI.
afforded more
Hold on.
luxuries today than ever before.
Exactly,
We're
but
able.
also I will hold on. I will say everyone needs to go check out a phenomenal podcast where the one of the inventors of the AI algorithms talks about how AI is the end of capitalism. It disjoints the nexus, the link to labor versus currency versus energy. And so this shifts us on a completely different paradigm that I don't think the normies are ready for. That I think that the powers that be, they know is coming. And so that's why I think that they've set up. So they will tell you everything that they have planned. Go and look at Agenda 2030 and then go
Agenda
look at where
31.
you're at in
Agenda 31.
31.
Yeah,
Okay.
but yes,
The WE, is it the WEF one?
yes.
Okay. So you go, so it doesn't have to be conspiracy. Just go and look at that agenda and then go look at the world around you and see if you're getting closer to that world or the world that you knew. What world do you think you're headed towards? The one that's been normal and typical to you? Or do you think something's changing? Do you not feel run up? This is my I am
I mean, things are
perplexed by you
always
because
changing.
they're always changing, but this type of these things have not happened in my lifetime, in my parents' lifetime. I'm having to educate my parents about their parents' childhood's lifetime. There's something missing. There is a gap here that is so scary to me that I see so clearly 5 freaking years ago that people go, "You're crazy." And all of a sudden, people are so shocked that we're on WW3's doorstep. And
We're
I
not
go,
nowhere
"How
near
did we? Are
WW3.
Yes,
you
we are.
kidding
We're
me?
in it right
Are
now.
you kidding me?"
No, we're
The
not.
history. Okay, hold on. Hit the brakes, everybody. The history books. Okay, when you read them, the way it goes, it seems like it's all happening all at once, but these are years that happen in between certain things. Okay, and honestly, I think we are in a civil war in the United States and in World War III right now. When you go, 50, 100 years down the road and the history books talk about right now, they will be listing the things that happened, like the bombing, the bunker busters in Iran will be listed as one of the things that happened in World War III. During World War II, people did not believe that we were in a world war. During the Civil War, I think it was the Battle Kentucky something. People went out. Okay, there was the skirmish between the North and the South, and people went out to have a picnic on the hill, and there was the most horrific battle in history that happened in front of them. And even after that happened, people still didn't believe we were in a civil war. It's not until after the fact that we acknowledge that, hey, this happened.
Hey, it's the same thing in crypto, yeah? We're not in a bear market until we're at the bottom of the bear market.
Exactly, because people refuse to open their eyes and see what is happening right in front of them.
Thank you, Oz. We
Times,
see so many things so differently, but I find it, I love it when Oz and I are so opposed on so many things.
I
And
okay, let
I
me
love it when we come together on things,
let me
Oz.
reiterate my position. No one knows my actual position, what I actually believe. A lot of what I say is hyperbolic and designed to get you to think. My whole goal is to create critical thinkers. So I actually am more aligned to what most people or what you believe, Brooke. I just don't put it out there. You know what I mean? But honestly, I think we are more aligned and we see more eye to eye than meets the eye. It's just most people think
That's a
that I'm
smart thing to
against that.
do.
Yeah, because that's internet.
Was that a
We have
Transformers
70
then?
people watching right now because that's just how the internet works. There would be two people in the panel listening to what I have to say if I didn't say it the right way.
yeah, I will argue that times are more peaceful now than ever before, and that
Oh
we're
my
nowhere
gosh.
near World War
Oh,
Hey,
Three.
don't tell that to
Like,
the people of Palestine, bro.
Yeah, bro.
but
No,
that's
they're
been
don't
ongoing
tell that to
for
the
a very
Uyghur
long
Muslims
time.
in China. They're
You
harvesting
cannot,
I'm
okay,
people's
there's a
familiar
bodies
thing.
and
with
Okay,
hair.
listen.
so if we're talking about the Uyghurs in China, that's been going on for a very long time as well. Like, this is not anything new. Like, nothing changed in the last 5 or 10 years. Like, this has been ongoing.
Honestly, I think that
It's
this
a
is
A
what the
lot has
nexus.
world
changed.
is.
A lot
Oh,
has changed,
Like,
actually.
the
everybody,
persecution of the
everybody,
Uyghurs
hold on,
have been going on for over
hold
a
on,
decade.
hold on,
Like, organ harvesting
hold on.
has been going. All right.
Okay, hear me out. Okay, I think the difference is these atrocities have never stopped happening, and it has always been this way. It's
Yeah.
just now we have access to the information, and we have decentralized media platforms like mine and yours. people don't have to go to CNN to get the news anymore, right? People have access to the information. We see the videos now. It's not just a letter somebody typed out in a newspaper and you have to read it and see one picture. You actually see what happened in transponded. The information is transferred instantaneously. So now we're actually, the veil has been lifted and we're actually seeing what's been happening all along. And that's why I believe we're in a huge major shift, because for the first time in the world, we see everything. Now, when we had TV, that was a big change, but it wasn't like it is now, because everything was controlled and centralized by one, entity, right? Now you have people like me that get up here and can have a show and we can talk about the news, we can talk about issues. We're from all areas all over the world sitting in a panel like we're sitting in one room together having a discussion like we're at the town square. That's the difference, is we're sitting in the pub having the political financial discussion, but it's not centralized to our local area, it's global now.
Yes, I could agree with that. I agree that social media brings a lot of this into the spotlight, and I think that's largely what it is.
Hey,
Because if
Raw
we
Dog,
look
thank you
at
for
the
the
actual
galaxy.
numbers
I want to take a
and the
moment
data,
just to reset the room real quick. We just got a galaxy. Thank you guys. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow all these wonderful people in the panel here. And special thank you to everyone that sent a gift. Don't forget to send in your heart me's, and don't forget to follow the show. Go ahead, run up. 2 galaxies. Holy crap. 2 galaxies. Nice. Thank you guys.
yes, I would say that like this has been ongoing for a very long time. Like what took place in Venezuela is not much different than what happened in Iraq and to to what happened with in Libya and what happened in Panama.
So, run up. After you saying what you've just said, do you agree with what's happened in them places? Do you think it was right the way them things were executed? Were right,
I would say
especially Iraq.
I would say no country should dare challenge U.S. dollar supremacy.
You're
Okay, so
paid.
in
You're
that
paid.
respect, then hold
Did
on,
you
bro.
read that? Did you read that off of a script? Hold on.
No, I
Run
didn't
up,
It
read
was like,
any
hold
script.
on.
It's just
No one should. Sorry.
run up. Look, my point that I'm trying to make to you, right, is the way things have escalated in terms of what's going on around the world. Normally, for example, in Iraq, the USA was sanctioned because they just come out of a war, right, and they couldn't go to war. So what did they do? They told Britain to go start the war with the 1% army, and then USA backed them up with 99%, right? You know, what would you call that? Would you say that was a good way to go about something?
I would say
Was that abiding by the regulations set by the United States as part of NATO and the world legal system? It had nothing to do with them. They made allegations, gone over there with no evidence, and come back with no evidence, and still you have not been extradited. So that's telling you something. So you could go run around, do whatever you like. Okay, so now let's say Saudi Arabia, yeah, they decide one day we're gonna do what we want to do. We don't care about the dollar no more, right? And and the countries go to war. There's World War III, and then Saudi comes out on top. Are you still going to be sitting there and saying the best man won, or are you going to be saying we should have won that?
Or are you going to be saying that nothing here is happening? This always
Exactly.
happens.
No,
Don't
I'm not
pick
saying
on
nothing
Trinity,
has
bro.
happened. I'm just saying that it's not nothing new and that it's much better now than it was in the past. Like
Okay.
what's going on in Iran is not much different than what happened during the Arab Spring. When
Okay.
all these
You're not wrong. I
Let me
just
back
think
you
you're
up real
drawing the
quick,
wrong
Rona.
conclusions
no,
at your
cause y'all are saying we're at
part
the
of
brink of World War
history.
Three when like it's much more peaceful now.
When
I mean, if we take Greenland, right? The U.S. has basically said they're either going to make a deal or they're going to take it by force. Greenland is part of NATO. So if we leave NATO and we declare war on NATO, is that not World War III?
I mean, the U.S. is part of NATO,
Right,
and
but
Yeah,
if
but the
we take
UK are the ones
Greenland,
that set the regulations for NATO, and now they're breaking them regulations by breaking the peace treaty that was in NATO.
right,
So they've gone back on their own word. So what's that going to make the rest of the countries think? Well, if they can do it to them and they're part of NATO,
right, the U.S.
what's to
pays
stop
for
us from
NATO.
being next?
So
so I don't
let's
know
talk
what's
about
going to
NATO for
happen.
a second. NATO has only existed since after World War II. It's a short-term thing that has not been around for a long time. It is supported and funded by the U.S. Okay, so the U.S. basically runs NATO. Um, if we decide to pull out of NATO, there is no NATO, and that
Mhm.
is highly
thank you,
likely.
Oz.
That is highly likely to happen if we take Denmark and Canada or any of these other countries. Canada has no army. We are Canada's army, the United States. So we've literally been supporting and funding all these different countries where basically it seems like what's going on is we're saying, hey, if you can't take care of yourself and fund yourself, we're going to add a star.
Mhm. Yeah, so I think this is just all rhetoric by Trump. Cause yeah, we capture Maduro, and we might install like a puppet regime. But what's going on is we're not colonizing Venezuela.
You
Just like
don't
we're
need to
not going to
colonize it.
colonize.
Just
We're not going to colonize
Hold on,
we're
Greenland
not.
Rona,
or
Rona,
Yeah, hold
Canada.
on, hold on,
Rona.
hold on, hold on.
We're
Did you
not.
hold on? Whoa, 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 whoa. Did you not see the Department of Defense and JP Morgan Chase take over the like precious metal smelting market? Like, what do you mean
Yeah,
we're
but
not
the problem
taking
was
over?
Venezuela had shipped all their gold. Did you know before a certain person was kidnapped in his bed, they had moved all the precious minerals from Venezuela to another country through Russia's submarines. You're not
Oh, a
gonna hear
thousand
about
percent. 1,000%. But you also know that if we take over, so I was in Ecuador, what, 2023, and I was going down the Amazon River, and China and the drug cartels of Ecuador are in cahoots with each other and have been mining gold there for over a decade in cahoots of this. Like, and if
Mhm.
you have read, you need to read The Art of War that originates
Yes.
from the Japan from China.
So the Art of War
This
is
is
actually
their
one
long
of the
game.
books that I have in the knowledge
Yes.
section of my Discord. So like we have audiobooks in there for you to read to educate yourself. There's a whole knowledge section. So join the Discord, guys, and educate yourselves. But yes, the Art of War. Go on. Sorry.
No, no, no. So, no, it's true. So if you've read The Art of War and then you overlap that and you overlay it with what China has been doing, you see that they're following that to a T and they're executing on it to the scary
100%, bro.
precision.
100%.
Yeah.
But the thing is, what people don't understand, right, is they're not doing it by choice. They're being forced to do it.
Yeah, so we might exert economic and political influence on our hemisphere, but we're not colonizing these countries.
Maybe not.
No, but
Hold
you're
on.
Not
imposing
Let me say
taxes
something.
on
yet.
them.
Hold on,
Not
everybody.
yet.
Everybody.
Just
Let me
wait.
say something. All right. I've been holding back on this one, and perfect segue into this. Okay. So listen. This is how I know we're going into World War III. Okay.
We're not.
Hold on. This is how I know, me personally. And like we all have our bias, but I'm looking at facts, okay, that point in a certain direction, and we understand the past to predict the future, right? Okay. In 2020, when inflation skyrocketed, they started tapping into the US's oil reserves. And for the last several years, we have not had enough oil to go to war. And the fact that we put Venezuela on the top of our list and took them out, okay, and changed the regime, and it was over oil because we had to replenish those oil reserves. We've taken over oil tankers from Russia. We've taken over oil tankers from Venezuela. Why is that? Because we are replenishing our oil reserves in order to go to war. That's what those
That's
reserves are
ridiculous.
for. Okay? We can't we were literally sitting ducks where we had boats and planes and all this infrastructure that we can't power because we don't have the fuel to do it. Well, now we've
Now
got
we
the
have
fuel.
plenty fuel. We have plenty
Oh
oil
yeah,
in the
you think if
U.S.
you think
We're
gas prices are high now, if we would have went to war before we had oil reserves, what the price of gas would be if we had to send out our entire air force and navy to go to World War III? You think the price of gas is high now? We have
Oh,
plenty of
hold
fuel
on. Let me
to
just
run
add
our
something to
country.
this.
Hold on. We have plenty of fuel to run our
we have an
country.
abundance of oil and natural gas.
Not
Like
not
Can I?
sustainably.
plenty to go to
Not
war.
if we're
Like
at
that,
war,
that's
buddy.
just a
Look,
ridiculous
let me
argument.
just point out a
I,
fact. Let me just point out a fact, right? The period that you're talking about, right, is the same time when the Northern Pipeline was
well,
split in two, yeah? Now, what you got to understand, the USA sold their gold to make a quick profit because they know at some point they're going to be able to buy that oil a lot cheaper, right? And that's exactly what they done. They sold the oil, then they blew up the pipeline, so the Europe was dependent on USA oil. They sold them oil at 3 times the price, and now they replenished it with all these things they're capturing for free.
Exactly.
That's what's
no,
going on.
no, but the thing is, we have
That's
so
because
much
we're
oil
preparing to
that
go to
we
war.
export our oil.
Well, the
That's our
reason
Hold
why
on.
biggest
they
I want to
export:
hold
I
up,
want to
hold
oil
up,
say
and natural
something
hold
really
up.
gas,
quick.
which is
Everyone reel it in
I
real
just
quick.
want to
Let me
say something real
Everyone
quick.
reel it in. Bellstar, take the floor. Welcome to the panel. Go ahead.
Thank you guys. I want to remind you that you are all technically right. We all have very good valid opinions. I want to remind you that when OPEC was formed, we capped off all of our oil wells in Texas and Arkansas and all over the United States and the Gulf because we would have had to build so many more refineries and so much more infrastructure in the United States. And plus, it's a military strategic move to deplete your enemy's oil when you can get it cheaper from them than you can here at home. So
Exactly.
I'm going to leave you guys with that. We
And
have plenty of oil
Francesca,
here. We just
as
don't have enough
stated in the chat,
refineries.
our oil is too
No,
light. We need
the
crude
problem with
oil.
American oil is it's dirty oil, it's heavy oil. It takes twice as much money to refine.
Yes,
That's why
and that's
all
why
the
we're
oil.
getting it from other places because
Well, the thing is,
they have
Russia
better
oil
crude.
in
originally.
Venezuela is even worse.
So the fact of the matter is, and what I was saying is this is an indicator, right? We watch the charts and we use indicators to try to determine where things are going. The indicator that tells me that we are going into a hot war, or at least preparing for it, is the fact that we are replenishing our oil reserves and we are depleting our adversaries. That's the main
We're
point.
not depleting our adversaries. Trump made it clear that he's willing to sell the Venezuelan oil to both Russia and China.
Right.
That's depleting them though, because you're usurping the deal that they originally had via Venezuela that they were using as a proxy. It's important that we took over Venezuela because
that was
Russia and Japan were
No,
using
you're
it,
not
or not
understanding
Japan,
the
and
importance
China
of
were
Venezuela.
using it
One at a
as a
time.
proxy. They were
No,
using Venezuela
That's
as a
true, Brooke.
proxy.
It is.
And
You're
here's the
totally
thing.
right.
Here's where I hold on. Here's where I also know, and here's where I suspect that we are about to redraw regional lines. And here's why I think we actually might be about to colonize South America, which I cannot believe I'm actually saying. Okay? Because look, why else would our NFL, the National Football League of the United States of America, two United States teams go and play an NFL football game in Brazil? So here's what I think is happening. We are exporting our culture in a way, and it always has been, but in a way that when these lines are redrawn in this shift, their culture is our culture, right?
They're
They already play
homogenizing.
NFL games here.
The
Mhm.
corporations are
Mhm.
homogenizing the world. That's what we're seeing.
Well,
Yes.
And
can
it's
I,
Here's the
not
can I
thing.
just
just add
Here's the thing.
something?
I'm not a hold on. I'm not a football fan. I don't follow the NFL. I don't follow any. And so when I walked into my living room and my husband and my son, who also plays football, which I'm like, ooh, go sports. I don't know a thing about football, okay? And I look on my screen and I go, wait, this is in Brazil? Aren't those two US teams? And then the next advertisement that I see is Mr. Beast. And then the next advertisement I see is for a movie called Tron. And then I'm like, is anyone else see where this whole, like, we're all going to a like either we are, one or two things are about to happen. Lines are about to be drawn, and two financial systems are going to rise out of the other end of what's about to come. Or one homogenous winner will be homogenous, but one will take it all.
it'll be the
We are at
corporation.
that paradigm.
Can I
or
just
it
add
could just
something?
be the NFL wants to expand their audience because they don't only go
Exactly.
to Brazil,
Because
they go to
when,
other
but here's the
countries
thing.
too, and they're a business.
Exactly. So when they start erasing those lines, it doesn't matter because culturally we've crossed over and we have shared things.
You know,
I
one
This
mean,
is
thing.
very, so like I'm crossing multiple different disciplines, run up. This is called sociology and how to take over a hemisphere.
no,
Catch
that's
up.
what you're talking about is
Well,
globalism.
Well,
let me just say something
let
now.
me just
Yeah,
say.
you were talking.
Hold on, Starks, real quick. Let me just say something real quick, and then you can have the floor here. Okay.
Oz, can you adjust your mic volume just a little bit? The panel seems to be a little bit louder than you.
Okay. Yeah. So here's the thing, guys. Oh, let me fix this real quick. There. Maybe that'll fix it. Okay.
A
So
bit more.
bit more. All right.
A
Let me.
bit more.
How's that sound? Is that better?
Not
Good.
better.
All
Not
right.
better.
Okay. So, um, shit. What were we talking about? So, oh, um, golly, you guys threw me off. Damn it. We were talking about
Colonialism and oil.
right. Okay, here it is. Okay, so we can all agree that we are having a global financial shift, right? Pretty much. Run up. Can you agree with that?
Run up can't.
No.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Like,
Okay.
what we have
Can
to
we
define it.
agree that there are tariffs being implemented by the United States
Mhm.
globally?
Yeah, but this isn't anything new.
Right. But
This is
let me
just
just
to
say something.
address.
Can we agree on that? I'm trying to see what we can agree on, right? Okay. Okay. So if there are global implementations of tariffs across the entire world by the world superpower, the United States,
Yeah, but we've always had tariffs on other countries,
right?
just
But
not at
what
these
we're
high
seeing, but
rates.
hold on, but what we're seeing happen because of that are new trade routes being drawn up.
Mhm.
We're
Yep.
seeing new border lines come. And what we're seeing is a global shift, not just financially, just completely. The entire everything is resetting, and they're literally calling it the Great Reset. It is happening. Everything is resetting and changing. All right.
Can I just make a comment?
Hold on. If we look at history, right? History doesn't repeat itself, but it does rhyme. Okay. If we look at history and we go back and we see any time there has been a global shift, it has always resulted in war. Period. So if we are having a global shift, we are going to war. It is going to happen. That's what I'm trying to say. Who was next? You know what? I want to welcome Chillwell and Francesca to the panel. Welcome, you two. Glad to have you guys. Did you guys have anything to say or add to this? Otherwise, I'll leave the floor to Starks, I believe was next. All right, sounds like you're next, Starks. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, regarding what's going on with Venezuela, yeah, we were on that topic and we're trying to make this comment and we've gone to a next topic now as well. But going back to that topic, Venezuela was very important to the United States for two reasons. One, they needed the oil. Two, right, if you remember about 12
We don't need the
months
oil.
No, let me explain. Let me explain, bro.
I will argue.
Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Right? Now, the second thing is about 12 months
we need
ago,
the refineries, not the oil.
12 months ago, the US tried to buy the China docks in the Panama Canal, and China intervened, saying that it's government property and it's not for sale. So they couldn't get China out that way, so they've had to take over Venezuela so they can take over the docks or use them to their own benefit. Them docks were the key thing in this whole takeover. It had a little bit to do with the oil, but it's mainly to do with them docks. And it started about a year and a half ago when USA wanted to buy them docks from China, from a company in China. So that's why you're seeing Venezuela happen to Venezuela the way it has. Now China has to deal with USA.
Was in Venezuela.
Yeah, I don't think it has.
Hold on.
anything to
What
do-
did you say, Francesca?
The U.S. used to be in Venezuela. Those oil companies used to be there.
ExxonMobil.
This is nothing new under the sun. That's where they used to refine their oil. The Chevron, the BP, all of them.
Yeah,
And they left because they were getting a shit deal.
The
And
problem
the other
was that
thing
China
is, wait, I'm not
using-
finished. Please let me land my plane.
Sure.
The other thing is that the Venezuelan people were getting screwed by Russia and China on those oil deals. So this is not just a United States play, it's also for the Venezuelan people. They are going to get a new person in charge, someone possibly they actually put in place, not somebody who just took over.
No, Trump already says he's going to put one of his people in play over there, so...
Well, that might be a temporary stay until the Venezuelan people are able to put one of their own in place. But if you want to talk puppet government, we can talk about Obama in Libya.
Just a second, everyone. CCS, I sent you a request to come up on the panel if you'd like to debate. Sounds like Brooke wants to debate you. So if you'd like to come up and say what you have to say. We need to normalize
I said for months that, yeah.
Hold on.
Sorry.
We need to normalize not hating each other for having a difference of opinions. A healthy debate is a good thing to have.
What am I coming up here and debating? Let's make sure we're on the same topic though.
You tell me what front do you want to debate?
No. Wait, if you go back and just read the comments, you laughed at Run Up. You laughed at him, correct?
I mean, it's fine.
So defend. So yes,
You
I
laugh.
did.
No, I
So
know. Run up, run
defend
up.
because I think it's
okay.
hilarious.
Okay, so
No,
no,
I
hold
will.
on.
Yes, I
Hold
did
on.
laugh at
No,
it because
Hold
I.
on.
that's
No,
where
no,
it's
no.
weird. Cause
Let me
there you
stand
go.
Hold
on it.
on,
No, 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 no,
everyone.
no, 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 no,
Hold
no,
on.
no.
Let me
CS,
stand on it.
CPS.
Let me
No, no, no.
explain. Let
I'll
me
stand on
explain.
it. I'll
It was
stand on
my
it. I'll stand on it. I'll
territory. No, no,
stand
no,
on
no,
it.
no,
I'll
no.
stand
I'm
on
gonna
it.
be
No,
like
no, no,
you.
no,
I'm
no,
gonna be
no, no,
like
no.
you. I'm gonna keep
CPS.
talking. No,
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 no, no,
no,
no,
no,
no,
no,
no,
no, no, no.
no,
You're
no,
a
no, no, no.
narcissist.
All right, I had
Go
to
back
rug
under
him.
your bridge.
All right. I tried.
Oh, Evans, you invite the angry man
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I
Very
think
angry man.
like what took place in Venezuela has less to do with oil than it had to do with the petrodollar. Because Venezuela was talking about, or Maduro was talking about, um, selling their oil. I forgot to going away from the petrodollar and selling their oil in another currency. I don't know which currency it was, whether it was the ruble or the yuan, one of the two. But I think that's the reason why we had to step in, and it probably was the yuan because we did capture Maduro when they sent the the Chinese special envoy to Venezuela.
I just want to take a second here and address to the chat. Um, I will give anyone a platform to speak. If you want to, whatever, say your piece or whatever, but if you come on to my live and you're just going to make noise and nonsense, you're gone. Sorry, that's just what it is. I tried to give him the opportunity to speak, and all I heard was, no, 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 no. We're not going to be doing that here, okay? So, just is what it is, but have respect for each other. And Brooke, try to let him speak. All right.
He just wants a debate. He
No.
doesn't want a fair one. And yes, run up. I did laugh at you, and because it's obvious, because but like it's obvious. And here's the thing, it is very yes, and I will stand on it. I did laugh because like historically looking back, macroeconomics wise, the patterns are extremely clear to me. That's fine. That it is amusing and it is comical to me that people don't see it, and I'm fine with that. Now here's the difference. He wants to stay in the comments and troll it, and then when he comes in here, he doesn't want to hear me out. And then whenever I say I will stand on it, I will tell you why. Now tell me. Now defend why what I will defend why I laughed. I will defend my facts. I have them. Come up here and discuss them with me or stay down in the like underneath your bridge, troll. Seriously, it's clear what you're trying to do. It's not cool, and I'm done with it. Narcissists like you will not have your say with me. So stay under your freaking bridge. Understand?
All right, let's move on. So we're talking about oil, macroeconomics. Let's keep it on topic.
Yeah, and I
go ahead.
Yeah, I could agree that precious metals rise during times of geopolitical uncertainty and also during times of currency debasement and inflation. Um, but is that a guarantee sign that we will enter some type of war? I would say not necessarily. Um, but like I could see the correlation um and like it does make sense.
Yeah.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Generally,
Hey, let's
gold and silver goes
hold
up
on.
when war
Hold
starts or has started, not before.
Dolo David, welcome to the panel, bro.
Yo, what's good? How's everybody doing? So, the Pentagon just basically printed or withdrew, got about $1 billion from the Federal Reserve. What was it, a few days ago? So
they
usually when
ordered a
they
bunch
do
of
things
pizza too.
yes. So usually when they do something like this, that's in preparation for some type of small WAR or some type of altercation to go on from a retaliating country. So I wouldn't completely leave that out of the conversation. That is definitely a high possibility something could happen. Now I wouldn't say it would be devastating to points of which we would have some type of ripple effects from it, besides possibly the market going down for a bit. But I do want to, keep that in mind that the Pentagon did just do that. So they typically only do that when something is about to happen.
Yeah, in my opinion, from what I see, I see the writing on the wall that we are honestly, I think we're already in World War III. These are just the pre steps that add up to it, you know? Um, like I said earlier, the history books will write about World War III, and all this will be a part of it.
You know that W word, you gotta use TikTok friendly. You gotta spell it out or something. They'll crash live for that.
I don't care. I'm at this point where honestly, TikTok has changed a lot too with the algorithm and stuff because it's in the US. I'm not really too worried about TikTok anymore because we are multi streaming on multiple platforms. So if TikTok gets crashed, then I'll see y'all on YouTube or Twitch or Abstract.
Hey guys, I'd just like to point out on the subject of TikTok, right? If you haven't already guessed yet, I'm Asian by origin, and I've got friends in Palestine and in Iran, and these guys used to broadcast like what's going on, and I used to watch their lives. Their lives don't come up no more.
Yeah, I mean, I think the U.S. has an agenda for sure, but
It's
that was
not the
this.
U.S. It's not the U.S.
Maybe it's China. Whoever has control obviously has an agenda. That I have gotten to. I'm fed up with TT. We
Well,
love TikTok
who
Shop.
who took over TikTok in the last 6 months when the algorithm changed?
Oracle, right?
Yes, and who's Oracle? Where does Oracle originate from?
I don't know. You tell me.
Have a look. Have a look. I'm not gonna tell you yet. That's something for you to work out yourself, yeah, and then you'll understand why all
I
of
can
these
guess.
things are happening.
Is it the
I believe
juice
it's
box?
OpenAI, isn't it?
The juice box emoji?
I think Sam Altman has something to do with that, right?
Yeah. TikTok seller
Let's just
says
say
it's in
it
the chat.
begins with I. It begins with I.
Yeah. The juice box.
Yeah.
Juice box emoji.
But I mean, look, we're seeing this. I used to come on live. I used to have 50, 60 people on my live, yeah. Ever since this scenario took place about 6 months ago, I've stopped going live because every time I'm coming up, I'm getting violations. I'm getting shadow banned all the time. And I've just had enough with it. That's why I'll come out to other people. I'm more than happy to discuss my information and whatnot. But, I'm not going to try and set up a social media to promote what I know and stuff because it's just not going to work.
Yeah, I'm probably going
What's
to
up,
be getting
y'all?
off here. Hey, AI, it's good to see you.
Hey,
I'm
Brooke.
probably going to be
Hey,
Thank
getting
you
Brooke,
off
how
for
you
coming
here in
doing?
up,
a
Brooke, and I
few.
appreciate
How you
having
doing,
you.
sweetheart? Everybody, hello, hello. I'm
Brooke,
just stepping in
hold
to
on real quick.
agree with Muhammad real quick and say that
Let
I
me
don't
let me
care about
reset the
being
room
banned
real
at
quick
all.
before you go.
So,
Brooke, thank you for coming up. You're always welcome here, and I appreciate the push and pull that we have. You're always welcome. And
Sorry for getting fiery. It's just a
nah,
tip.
it
Like that's
happens.
a long time like thing, and it's one of those things. I'm fine with debate. I love debate.
Me too.
I love it, and I can stand on it. But there's productive debate, and then there's not productive debate. There's people who are committed to misunderstanding you, and that's what I'm not here for. So I love debate because people learn. Um, it's just the
You
intention behind it, and so I do call out intention. But other than that, thank you. I'm sorry, I get hot now,
you
and
don't mind me
so
asking,
all yeah,
what was
go for it.
what was the what was the debate topic? What was it about?
I laughed at Run Up because Run Up and I talk about macro econ all the time. And we both agree on so much. He's like, yeah, but that is happening. And so I attribute it to a much bigger shift that's happening in history and for us. And Run Up takes the position that nothing interesting has happened and these things always happen. And so like there's nothing special about this time where I firmly believe everything that we're seeing is a shift in the things that we're feeling it because and I study history, so I draw on history and macroeconomics and cycles to understand where we're at today. And I know it's not a one-for-one comparison because it's so different, but yet I there is nothing new under the sun. It's the same thing just to a different extent.
Brooke, have you heard of the fourth turning?
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny because my first interaction with Run Up, it was the same type of debate. I was like, hey, none of this stuff is random, man. This is just some run of the mill stuff. This is a big thing going on. So
you want to talk about hopium? You want to talk about hopium? Run Up is the biggest hopium for the status quo that I know.
Run Up has the most optimism ever.
The first thing he said to me was, "What are you gonna do if this doesn't work out?" I was like, "What the fuck? I'm gonna carry on with my life."
Run Up, by the way, I have a folder. Run Up, I have a folder that I've been accumulating, and it has all of the recent random acts of violence on people to counter your debate on how things are super great right now.
Well,
I'm not saying it's great now. I'm just saying that it's much better than before.
I don't. Again,
I like going through this shift with air conditioning. I love I love this shift. I love going through this shift with air conditioning. You're right. Like we're all.
Let me just say something.
That's good. That's a good one.
And I kind of said this before. Okay, is that the difference is we know it's happening. It's always been happening. Run Up is right. It's business as usual. This is all the same shit that always happens. It's just we're informed of it. The difference is now that we're informed of it, things are changing because we actually get that information. That's why I think a shift is actually finally happening, a huge shift, because it's not just happening in the background, it's being broadcasted on your phone that sits in your back pocket and you have instant access to it. That's the difference.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Oz.
You're both right. You're both right.
It's just more visible now.
Yeah.
Run Up, I appreciate you because I can have these discussions. I say this. I just before I get off, I just want to say I really appreciate Run Up because he is so optimistic. I'm going like, oh my gosh.
I'm just looking at the numbers. If I want to say, Brooke is super smart and knowledgeable, and she does make some excellent points. It's just sometimes we might not agree on the conclusions.
So you basically Run Up. You don't believe in the whole 2030 theory of you'll own nothing and be happy. You're not really a proponent of that.
The Great Reset, Agenda 31.
I don't know. He said a few things about UBI and stuff and smart cities where I think he's a little closer to that thought than we might give him credit for.
He's in denial. That's the first stage.
He's waking up slowly but surely. The vaccine's wearing off is what I call it.
That's a sore topic. Don't bring that one up.
Are great. And that
here we go.
Vaccines are a major breakthrough.
Absolutely
we were able to eradicate
the creator of them, himself said not to get injected by them. But I was gonna say, is there a possibility, right, to what Oz was saying about the Great Awakening aspect and what kind of Run Up was saying about the visibility aspect, if they're all connected to what Muhammad was saying about that problematic little country out there in the Middle East, right? Because I think part of the aspect that we're all seeing now, the visibility, right? They had conferences on this. I have no problem getting bananaed on this for whatever I say now because I'm rarely on here anymore, but I'll talk in code so I don't affect Oz's stream or anything like that. But the reality is like about visibility, about their growing number of people that are leaving their victimizing headspace, this mentality, right? And are kind of shifting to what we're seeing now is almost like an America first, or, specific countries, first, versus giving all of this support and funding and aspects of that. And a lot of the tech companies, right, are owned conglomerates. In the industry stuff is owned and operated kind of in their sector. And they're this is notable, this is quotable by their own mouths as well. And I'm kind of wondering, is that part of the shift of this great awakening? We're all kind of seeing that there's a lot less differences in not only color, but culturism, in all of these noble aspects. And we're kind of all realizing, like, who is kind of putting us against each other a lot of the time, and especially behind the scenes. That'd be my 2 cents on this. I wonder if they're all kind of hand in hand.
I feel like
I think the
everyone's
world.
right. I think everyone is right. It's just we're not zoomed out and looking at the full picture of it. So it seems like we're bifurcated when we're really not.
Yeah, I mean the world is more unified now than ever before.
Yeah, but the problem is, run up, everything's a department. You go to the sales team and you ask for technical support. They're going to send you to another department. They're not going to say we could help you with that. They're going to send you to another department. And the other department never knows what the first department does. And the first department doesn't know exactly what the second department does. And that's the problem. Nothing is unified in the business sense, but we're trying to claim it as unified in a government sense, and that don't make sense because you've got corporations like the three-letter people, right, that are doing things behind the scene.
I believe that the government is compartmentalized, but the corporations are all on the same page. And the corporations are the real ones doing the conducting and the manipulation of everything. And we can talk about certain individuals, the juice boxes, being in control, but it's the juice boxes control a lot of the corporations, but they're all working together in unison. It's all one big orchestrated plan. It's one of two things. It's either just completely random or it's all perfectly orchestrated. And I would say that Occam's razor would suggest that it's not orchestrated, that it's just randomly happening.
I would say that Stanley Kubrick would say that it's orchestrated.
and real quick, to kind of piggyback off of you saying, like, everybody's kind of having to go to their homeland. I'm not a Christian per se, but I do like to look into the Bible for, like, it has a good reference points, things of that nature. And in Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 8 through 9, it does specifically state, like, God will collect all the people from each end of the world and from Israel, and they'll all be sent back to their homelands on a decent trip back on the waters. And so it basically does state, like, before the shift, something of this line, along this lines of people having to go back to their designated homeland would take place. So I do find that interesting.
Not only that, man. In the book of Revelations, it also says about the kind of talks of of global conflicts and stuff like that. It also says, I forget in which book it does mention this, but that the juice boxes of this current time aren't the exact lineage from their time. They came from Abraham or there's a distinction between who they were then and who they are now, not only in religion down to the manuscripts, but in their ideology with where they move forward from that. So I think that's what's an interesting distinction as well. Like, this is not the same biblical references, because this entire culture, which again is more like a corporation, like kind of what Oz is saying, like they're more of like an industry almost, but like it's vastly different than what they're claiming to be trying to protect.
And to all the hold on real quick. And to all the non-believers, the people that don't believe in the Bible that are here listening to this, one thing that you have to understand is that you may not believe in these things, but there are people and men with power who do believe it, and they are making choices and decisions that influence the entire world based upon that book. So whether it's real or not, it's still affecting everything that's happening right now. It's like a blueprint.
That's a fact. That's a
Can
fact. I always say that.
Can
Yo,
I
what's up,
just add
Rap?
something
I always
quickly,
kind of
bro?
say that, like,
Let me just
Can I just
reset
add
the room
something
real
quickly?
quick. Let me reset the room. Everybody smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. Join the Discord link in my bio. Become a super fan. Become a subscriber with your subscription. You can get one-on-one coaching with me and with the super fan as well. I do all that through the Discord. I also teach technical analysis, macroeconomics, and strategy or trading strategy class as well. Crypto Rap, what's up? Welcome to the discussion. Glad to have you, brother. How you doing?
I'm so fucking busy today, bro. I'm so busy. There's not enough hours in the day right now, but I'm doing well besides that.
Hey, glad to have you, bro. I don't know if you had anything to talk about on the subject or not. If not, you can just sit in the panel, whatever. Glad to have you.
I just came to show up pretty much, but God is good every day. God bless you all. Thanks for tuning in. I'm just working on this picture of a fucking anime girl right now.
Nice. Dude, I got an anime coin I want to work on with you, bro. I got a good one.
I bet. Hell yeah.
All right. Back to the subject. We were talking about whether you believe in the Bible or not.
I think Muhammad was trying to get a word in too at the end there.
Yeah, what's up, Muhammad? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, you were mentioning. I mean, I'm Muslim, right? And you guys are talking about the Bible, and guess what? The same stuff's written in my Bible as well. So,
exactly.
Touche. Now, the other part is for the people that don't believe that this is religious implications in what's going on around the world at the moment. I suggest you search red heifers.
Yes.
I'm sure you've heard on the news something about red heifers, right?
Yep.
And if you do the research, you'll see who's behind it and what they're planning to do.
And you know what's crazy is for what has been 1,000 years, there's been, Jewish and Muslim farmers that have been raising heifers just to raise the red heifer.
They had, I believe, about 7 months ago, they had 2 red heifers imported from United States.
Yeah, from Texas. They spent millions on them too.
Hold on.
It's real.
What is a red heifer? I'm sorry. What's a red heifer?
It's a sacrificial entity for them at a certain. I don't want to butcher it, but it's in an unsavory context. They're gonna sacrifice it.
It's a cow. Sacrifice 10 red cows of no blemish or disabilities or anything. They have to be perfect. They're going to do 10 on holy Islamic ground before the prophecy of the Antichrist comes about. And this is not the jukebox that's the problem. It's the other Z box that's the problem.
Yeah. And what's interesting about that, right? What I'm finding, the correlation currently, I'm seeing it here in fucking Oklahoma, right? But we have Christians and people in the Bible Belt area. They're very focused in the news. They're very focused in the headlines. They're propping up this Minnesota stuff. They're very much focusing on the fact and the differences between Islamic and Christian. When in fact, I mean, there are differences, don't get me wrong, and everyone's entitled to their beliefs, but I will say there is more correlation or there's more things that are closer together in the two than there are differences. There are some fundamental differences, I will say that.
What the funny thing is, AI? Right, the Bible and the Quran, if you go by the classic Old Testament that's locked away in the Vatican, it's almost identical to the Quran.
They are very similar.
The newer ones that were made after, where things have been changed, verses have been taken out, verses have been put in, they're the ones that have got a problem.
And
now, outside of that, though, right? the whole connection though that I'm seeing is that they're highlighting that to kind of distract you from the macro issues, right? The actual tensions, the genocide, the raiding of this era, the the not release of like they're doing things
for the raids. That's
well,
all it is.
now it's coming out that people in the IDF have been found that they are members of ISIS, like high-ranking member official, like they're connected in every kind of way. So when you have people that are not only controlling the money, calling the shots, sparking the ignition between the feuds, and they're members of both sides, but they're still telling you to like turn around and fight your neighbor. Like that's the part where I'm like, I think that awakening aspect is coming a lot quicker because we're all realizing like this is fucking stupid. We're tired of the violence. We're tired of all of the stuff, and we're coming together in a like what Run Up was saying, with more visibility, with more transparency. So I think that's pretty interesting.
Sorry, host, real quick, because I like the conversation. You might want to tell your listeners to spam F1 in the comments so it doesn't get crashed.
F1 in the comments. I think we're good, honestly. I'm not too worried about it. One thing I do want to say though, all of us here, we come from different beliefs, different backgrounds, but we can all agree that there are similarities in these writings and texts that are ancient. And, I feel like over time, things are lost in translation. Obviously, the Bible was originally written in Aramaic. You can't even understand what it says unless you can speak Greek and Aramaic. And in the Quran, you need to be, it's Aramaic as well, I believe. There's something that's been lost in translation there that we don't quite understand. And then there's also the fact that there is, over time, there has been adding to and removing from these ancient texts. So we don't have a clear picture biblically. And so we can, sit here and fight back and forth of this and that and whatever. But what we can do is we can come together on the similarities. And we can see that there's obviously something at play here, whether it's, like I said, whether you believe it or not, there are people that do. And, coming together and seeing those similarities and seeing that it's all pointing in the same direction can help you to have a better picture of what's to come. And so anyone here that is religious or biblical or spiritual in any way that has read the Bible or read the Quran or read the Tanakh or the Torah, I've actually read all of them. And, there are a lot of things that line up. And I think if we focus on those things, we can actually see the direction we're headed. Anyone?
I always find it interesting because we kind of tend to blame damn near everything on the Jewish people or whatever, I want to say. But with that, wouldn't we suspect that they would have gotten their hands onto those books, kind of manipulated them? Well, I always kind of keep that in the back of my mind. Like, that's true, then why would, the other stories also not be inflated already?
Yeah, we can't be so dogmatic when it comes to religion. I don't go to church, but I'm educated in, theology and multiple theologies, not just, Christianity, and so on and so forth. Like I want to know the information that's out there. But like, we were saying is that, there's obviously something, these are thousands of years old, this information that we have, and we're seeing it kind of play out. The question we should be asking ourselves is it playing out because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, or is it playing out because it's real, right? I lean towards the fact that I think it's real. I think things are happening. And maybe that comes from a sense of fear that I don't want to be left out, or I don't want to be wrong, because the consequences for being wrong seem like they're pretty drastic. At the same time, what do you believe nowadays? There's just so much out there.
Hey,
What do
I
you
got
do?
a question for you, Oz.
Yeah.
What was the devil's biggest accomplishment?
Accomplishment.
Yeah, what was his biggest accomplishment?
I'm stumped.
He gave Eve the apple.
I know what it is.
No.
Let me say it. Let me say it, 'cause I think I know what it is.
His biggest. Go on,
His
then.
biggest
Go for it.
accomplishment, it was getting the world to believe that God wasn't real, or that He wasn't real.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. 100%.
Right.
And
Now,
look at two people from two different religious backgrounds can agree on that.
Yeah, well, look, here's the thing now, yeah? If we look what's going on there, and now we have a look at what's going on in government and everything else, it all falls under the same category. For example, we have the president and everyone that are supposed to be in control, but the other entities behind the scenes that we never see, we don't know exist exactly the same way as what's been prophesied for the best accomplishment. So you gotta understand, like, okay, so if the Bible's saying this, how does this correlate with the real world? And a lot of people can't see the correlation, but if you look into it deep enough, you see the correlation. And once you see the correlation, you can't unsee it.
Yeah. And I would say the consensus in the chat, most of the people have some type of agreement or knowledge that these things are happening. Whether they're real or not, they're happening. And basically, these biblical texts, I'm trying to use proper language because this is unbiased thing, because we all come from different backgrounds and beliefs. But we're seeing things play out. We're seeing things happen, and it's the playbook, right? Me, I whether, like and I can't say this enough, whether you believe it to be true or not, you need to understand the fact that these things are happening whether you like it or not, whether it's based on the fact that they're real or it's correlation equals causation.
Hey, I've got a question for you. I got another question for you. Well, everyone here, has anyone seen the original Ghostbusters movie?
Absolutely.
Of course.
Yeah, with Dan Aykroyd and what's his name, the other guy?
Bill Murray. I actually met Bill Murray at
Bill Murray, yeah.
I met Bill Murray and Stevie Wonder and Santana. We were hanging out backstage at Crypto Arena.
Ah, nice. Right, anyway, the point of why I'm mentioning this film, right, is when the ghosts first start appearing, right, they have a device that gives them a PK reading of how much ghost entity there is in the world, right? And they go into the library and they come in front of a ghost and it goes off the charts, yeah, and the both things go standing up, yeah, they get scared, they run out. Later on in the movie, they're talking about the same energy, right? And he goes, imagine that energy was the size of a Twinkie, but now that Twinkie is the size of a bus. Right, and he's trying to explain how fast the supernatural things are occurring now compared to what they were a few months ago.
It's an accelerated timeline.
It compounds, and that's exactly what we're seeing now.
And
right?
I think that that's the
what's
correlation.
What's going on around the world, an accelerated time frame.
And I think that that's the correlation with AI. AI exponentially is speeding all of these things up. And in the Revelation, it says that you'll know the end times because knowledge will be. God, I can't remember off the top of my head, but it basically says that knowledge will be exponential or whatever. I can't quote it here, but
Yeah, even if you think about it astrologically, we just got out of the year of Aquarius, right? And now we're so with that, it's supposedly supposed to be a spiritual awakening. People are having more debates. Just basically, if you look into what the astrological meaning of the year of Pisces, it kind of lines up with what's being talked about right now.
And you know what? For all the naysayers and non-believers out there, there's definitely something happening out there that can't be explained because I have seen with my own two eyes. We've been so we had the Down the Rabbit Hole show. We were doing some ghost hunting. I have like a spirit box right here. And I'm gonna post that video. I keep saying that I'm gonna do it. We got hard. Like I've seen the Ghost Hunters stuff on Netflix or whatever. It's never. I'm always like, nah, that's trash. I'm not going for it. Right? We got hard evidence with this one. Okay, and I've seen there's a lot of activity here at this compound that we have here. I've literally seen things get thrown across the room. I've seen entities and things. This place was built in the 1940s. There's activity. Something exists beyond our understanding and comprehension.
I can explain it to you. I can explain it to you. I haven't experienced it myself, but I know what you're talking about, and I can explain it to you.
And like I said, this is a fact-based show. I have no reason to lie to you guys. I'm here to give you the facts. If you join the Discord, I'll post the Spirit Box video in the Discord. And but I'm telling you right now, I've seen it with my own two eyes. It's real.
If I say to you, right, how many beings are living, how many entities are on Earth, what would your answer be?
Entities? Gosh, I would say
like
it's innumerable.
Humans and so forth. Like, you've got humans. Is there another entity like humans?
Like humans? I mean, yeah, there. I believe you want to jump down the rabbit hole with me, man. You got to get in the Discord. We have down the rabbit hole section where we debate and talk about all these things. Join the Discord link in my bio, guys. But honestly, I think that there are multiple entities, if not innumerable.
What's up, Oz? I don't want to cut you off here, Starks.
I'm sorry, I forgot to
say what's up.
I forgot to introduce you, man. I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. I've been trying to figure out where to put myself in this conversation because, sometimes I say too much. So, you guys are running from religion over to ghosts, and which all wraps around in the same thing. I believe it's all energy with multiple dimension. That's where I kind of land with it. With religion, circle back to that.
Close.
I don't practice, I don't preach, I don't anything, because the most people we've lost in the world over how many thousands of years are what? Because of beliefs. And that's still happening right now. Why don't you just believe in people and be a good person? Why do you have to believe in a written scripture that could have been written over and over and over again to lean one way? Just be a good person to everybody. That's just like politics. It's just like everything. It's hard for me to get on board with that side of things when that's the biggest beef in the world, right?
Yeah. And I think what we need to understand. Hold on. I think what we need to understand here is the Bible, religion, ghost, paranormal activity, all of it, science, it all kind of it all correlates together. It's all connected in a certain way. And what we are doing is we are trying to put names and labels on things that we don't understand or know what they are or can even begin to fathom with our brains. And we're too busy focused on arguing over the names of things than acknowledging the fact that something is there, that we do exist, that it does exist. And we're getting too caught up on, oh, I know what's right, or I know what's right because I read this or I did that. The fact of the matter is there's obviously something, and we can agree on that. And those of you that can't agree on it because you've never experienced that, I would ask you to speak to God, or whatever you want to call its name, God, Allah, Jesus, Yeshua, Yahweh. Pick your name. Quit arguing over the names of these things. They're just a definition we gave to something that we don't understand. But I would ask for you to pray, or talk to that voice inside your head, or whatever the definition is that you call it, and ask it to reveal itself to you, and it will. That's how I have been able to have the encounters that I've had.
Can I just say my 2 cents worth now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, first question then. Yeah, we were talking about how many entities. There's 2 type of entities on this planet. There's humans, and then there's jinn. Right? Now, how do we know there's 2? Because the devil, where did he come from? He was a jinn. He was God's favorite at one point, right? And if you look at his origin, they were here before humans were here, right? So we've got 2 entities we're not supposed to mix, but some of the entities, they like to cross over and cause problems, and that's what we refer to as ghosts and possessions.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think we just are focused too much on the name, and
yeah,
we're giving the same things different names, and
yep.
That's all we're doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to know the origin of these things as well, because we see phenomenal things on TV and AI stuff and whatnot, yeah, right? But these days, you can't tell what's real and what's not.
Yeah. And especially with AI now, we don't know what's going on.
Yeah, and that falls under the same category as best accomplishment. He don't exist.
I think that's the easy cop-out answer, that it doesn't exist. Just because you haven't experienced something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Have you?
No, I meant like the devil's accomplishment was, best accomplishment was, to convince the world that he don't exist.
Yes, and I think you're
right.
Now
in AI, we're seeing the same thing, because we can't tell reality between unreality, virtual reality. So again, you're falling into that category where does it exist or doesn't it exist?
Yeah, and if you really think about it, like with AI and the stuff that's coming out, right? It's actually, AI has been used in the court and deemed as valid evidence. So that's a scary time we live in, where you can literally post, and this was a big deal. This was the Kyle Rittenhouse case. The image that was used to basically exonerate him was an AI image. Now, it was AI enhanced, but it wasn't the raw image. And that's the issue, is an AI enhanced image should not have been able to be admissible in court. However, it was, and therefore we have set the groundwork of basically AI imaging being used in court. And also, we're seeing it in political campaigns. We saw what's his name? The guy in Florida when he was running for president. What's his name? Somebody help me out in the chat. Chat, help me out. Who was the guy that was running for president? The governor of Florida.
DeSantis?
John DeSantis used AI images of Donald Trump hugging and kissing Fauci. And, that was permittable. And it was even put like it wasn't like they used it and put it out as though, oh, this is fake imaging AI. No, they used deceptive wording to make it seem like it actually happened. And even if it didn't happen, there are a bunch of little old ladies, people out there that see that, and they don't even know. I mean, literally, there are so many people that do not they don't notice what's AI. I mean, look at the Goat Tribe album. We've been listening here. This is AI. You can't tell.
This is a problem. This is a problem now, and over in the UK now, you're talking about AI and stuff and whatnot. Over in the UK, they want to ban Twitter.
Yeah.
Not Twitter, X. X.
Yeah. Because it's a free speech platform ish.
Yes.
Yeah. Especially the UK. The UK, man, is becoming dystopian much faster than the US. I would say the US is definitely becoming dystopian. I think the entire world is becoming dystopian. And that's what we're saying. They want you to live in the pod and eat the bugs. They want to have control of your money and how you spend it and where you can spend it and what you can spend it on. We are marching in lockstep. I wouldn't even say marching. We are running full speed towards full control and manipulation over everything. And everyone is just cheering it on because they want their bags to pump, or they want whatever it is that they want to see, or because they hate someone else, another group. They're cheering it on.
But that's what crypto is, bro. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it's doing.
It's the usher to
and
the mark.
The thing is, that I've come to an agreement with myself, right? Because this thing's gonna happen whether you like it or not. So where would you like to be? Would you like to be at the bottom of the chain or as far above the chain as you can get?
Exactly. And that's what I tell people is like, use this opportunity to enrich yourself, isolate yourself, create a bubble, but eventually it's going to come to your doorstep no matter how much money you have. And one thing that they do say, it is harder, or this is in the Bible, the Christian version of it. It is easier to fit a camel through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom. Okay, and that is very true. Get the money, chat, but God will not let you have that money if you cannot not let it change you.
Do you know what the actual meaning of that is?
What is that? Tell me.
You know why the rich man has it so hard to go through the eye of the needle, like a camel going through the eye of a needle?
Explain it to me.
Because the whole purpose of wealth, right? If I'm wealthy, I want my community to be wealthy, right? So I'm supposed to be looking after my community. If I'm a multi-billionaire, right, and the people around me ain't even got the houses and they're rented from me and whatnot, right? I should be helping them out in a way where they can make money and stuff. I should be helping them out financially if they need it to buy their own homes and stuff. But none of that happens because in this era, right, it's all about I need to be more wealthier than the person sitting across the table from me.
Yeah. And
right? So you never get that wealth transfer to the middle class or the lower class.
But that's been forever, right? That's not the last 100 years. That's going back thousands of years. It's always been that way.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. When a certain family owned the entire oil industry, right, they had to be split up into 12 sections all around the world. Right, so they made a vow that they're going to screw over everyone in the economy, and I think they're accomplishing their goal.
Yeah, if you've ever read the book Behold a Pale Horse, I would encourage you to read it. It's in the knowledge section in my Discord audiobook for you guys to listen to. It is a blueprint of not only how this is happening, but it literally lists all the different types of laws and legislation that's been written over the last several decades that have moved us in this march towards tyranny. Everyone, I implore you, read or listen to the audiobook Behold a Pale Horse by William H. Cooper, and it's going to map out everything we're talking about. This is why I know that crypto is going to be mass adopted. This is why I know and believe all the things that I say is based off of this book. You guys have to read it. I know it sounds biblical because it's, Behold that Pale Horse is Revelations 6, chapter 5, I believe. But it's really not that. This is a guy that was, I want to say he was MI6 or naval. He was naval intelligence, right? And very, very smart guy. The guy literally predicted not only how he would die, but where, and that he would be assassinated, and it happened. And it amazing story. Definitely check it out, guys. The Discord link is in my bio. Join the Discord. Smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat, the #1 live stream on Abstract for 7 days in a row. Let's go. But yeah, back to what we were talking. Just need to reset the room there.
Yeah, should we get back to crypto?
Honestly, I'm cool with it. I never wanted to do a crypto show. I had a podcast before this, and I never could get any traction or get any viewership. And so I started doing crypto, obviously, because I wanted to help people, and I saw a void that needed to be filled in the space. But the idea was to get your attention with your wallet to talk about what really matters.
I see. Clever tactics. Well done.
And that's why
I like the fact we can talk about anything here.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be about crypto. I keep the crypto up and the chart with the XRP thing. It's about engagement. It's about getting you in here. If I have any other thing on the screen, engagement drops. But I put this picture up and we're good, because that's what people want.
I can't talk crypto all day long either, Oz. I need to expand my brain. And Chillwell was saying the same thing about an hour ago,
Yeah, and it seems like everybody in the crypto space gets just so locked in that they get locked up. And that's
And I love to talk to Brooke about other things other than just economics sometimes when I get the chance.
Absolutely. Brooke, thank you for the hand hearts to everyone. Much appreciated. Guys, don't forget to send in your daily heart me. Send gifts if you can. If you can't send a gift, just hit the like button. You don't necessarily have to send money to help support. But if you do, or you like what we do and you really want to give, we also, in the link in my bio, we have Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. You can just give directly to the show. And all that goes to pay for all the infrastructure here. I have the IT guy here, and I want to get back to where we're making money again, and it looks like we're starting to get the algorithm going and doing it again. I want to bring Jesse back on the show, but I can't afford to basically bleed out thousands of dollars a month to make maybe $100. I just can't. It became unsustainable, and it was all supported. We're PBS. We're supported by viewers like you. So donations go a long way, because 100% of that comes to supporting the show and the people that work here. I don't take it. Okay. It goes to paying everyone else here. And also, it's not taxable because it's a donation. So best way to give. otherwise, but right now we're trying to boot the algorithm. So send it here, let TikTok get their cut. But I do appreciate what you guys have done for this show. And just know I've invested a lot into doing this. I don't ever expect to really see a return. Maybe one day we'll see. My main focus and goal is to employ people and help them to get them in a place where they can be financially free, and also to spread knowledge, wisdom, truth, and also to create critical thinkers. I want you guys to start using your brains, question everything. William H. Cooper, the guy who wrote Behold a Pale Horse, one of his famous quotes was, "Listen to everything but believe nothing." And that's the idea here, is to question everything. Don't just take something at face value. Dig into it. That's why we have a fact checker for the show, is because we don't want to just listen to what AI or Google tells us. We want to dig into it. And I don't have the time to do all this and dig into it. So I really believe that Jesse is one of the most important things to have on the show, because I had originally started by using AI, and I realized that we were not getting factual information out that way.
Oh, can I give a little bit of heads up to people?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, electronics are going through the roof. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Computer components are going through the roof. Right. If you're in the market for a new computer, yeah, I think this is probably going to be the best time to buy. Otherwise, you're going to have to end up waiting about 3 years.
Dude,
because I think the prices are about to triple on everything.
I bought all this equipment, I think back in February or March, and I was gonna wait and do it slowly over time, and I was like, no, I pulled the trigger. I dropped 15 grand on building all this, not just the electronics, but also the building materials to build the studio. And now just the electronics alone used are worth more than double than what I paid for them. And it's good equipment.
Yeah, and you know what? In 2 years' time, they're going to be worth a lot more.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what's going right now on the computer sector side, right? Because of RAM prices going so high on DDR5, everyone's like trying to buy last generation, which uses DDR4.
Yes.
Because it's cheaper. So I'm expecting them prices to be going up soon as well.
Yes.
M.2 storage devices. Micron, one of the biggest manufacturers, is now only serving AI institutions, so they're not selling to the public. That's going to be 30% of the market that needs to be filled by SanDisk or Western Digital.
Chillwell,
so
what are you talking about, bro? Chillwell says investing without a strategy gets you liquidated, Oz. Come on, bro. What are you referencing, man? I don't even know what you're talking about. Come up here and talk to me, because I don't know what you're talking about, because I would never give out. First of all, I don't give out any advice on the show. This is not financial advice. But I do coach people in the right direction, but I don't know what I said that was even along those lines. So come up here and talk to me. I want to hear what you got to say. Go ahead, Starks.
Yeah, no, I was just talking about like how expensive these components are getting. M.2 storage is going to be the next one to get the hit, where it's probably going to go up by about 200%.
Yeah, I'm looking at buying like a few hundred terabytes of storage, because like I save everything I record, and we have literally a year, 4 hours a day live streaming, that I got to store it somewhere.
Yeah, I mean, you can use normal hard drives, but AI need fast access, so they use M.2s.
Right.
And last month, I bought an M.2 drive for about $120. Today, I have to pay about $200 for it.
Right. What's up, Chillwell?
Right.
How you doing, buddy?
No, I'm good. I'm good. Also, I'm just saying, like, you invested the money into doing the show without making a strategy of how you're going to recoup that dollars.
Oh, my strategy is this: is I took out
Because I'm telling
hold on.
you right now, man, there's.
Let me tell you my strategy on that. Just to set the record here, I took out massive profits in crypto in end of January of last year. So in order to offset my taxes, I started a business. This is a business. So that's the
That makes sense. But there has to be an income off the business.
There is an
and
income.
Streaming.
It's just not a lot yet.
But
I'm looking at
there's
down
not
the road.
a lot of.
We're gonna be massive. I'm not
Like
going
there's not
anywhere.
a lot of income in the streaming on TikTok, man.
I mean, we do all right.
So there's.
Yeah, it's not enough yet.
No, you invested into a loss. Like you invested into a loss, man. And sometimes we have to.
Not
We have
really.
to take
I mean,
account for that.
I wanted a computer to play video games on and to help people. What I'm investing in is in you, the viewer. I believe in the people that if we are educated, we can make a difference and we can shape the world the way we want it. And we don't have to march in lockstep down the wrong path. I believe that we can come together as a people and make a positive change. So my investment is not into this business, it's into you.
Yeah, well, I give out a lot of free juice anyway. So, like, you invested in the right person. If you're saying that to me personally, I'm always here. You can always reach out to me. I'm going to be 100% factual about when I give my information.
I love that.
So yeah, I appreciate that you invested into me. Personally, I can't give you any revenue back unless there's some juice involved.
You can't.
So like,
take
if
it
you
with
can
you,
show
throw
me there
throw
how
a
you set up
galaxy.
your day
Chill.
trade,
Throw a couple of
then that's
galaxies.
going to bring.
Yeah, everybody spam.
Like, if you can show me your
TikTok
strategy right now and just give it to a play for play what you're going to do on your day trade daily, that's the juice.
Yeah, and
that's what we're trying to get out of you. How do you make your money every day, bro?
Chill, Bell.
Well, so we have
Chill, Bell. Look,
hold on.
he's
So we
already
have
told.
the TA class.
Hold on.
So we have the TA class. We have, revenue coming in through TikTok. We have revenue coming in through Twitch. We have revenue coming in through Abstract. Obviously, it's just
so you're not
a
afraid to
bit.
show me a P&L then, like every other fake person trying to show. So you're not afraid to show me a P&L of your last trade.
Honestly, I'm not even trading anymore. I'm sidelined. And honestly, I don't need.
You got me there. You got me there, but I've got more.
I don't need to. I don't need to prove anything to you, or to anyone. The proof's in the pudding. I'm retired. I sit here on live all day long.
Literally, the proof is in the pudding. The proof is the P&L and how much value you can bring.
I don't need any P&L.
Well, hold on. Oz, let me just answer this question quickly for you. Right, he's already told you that he's using this venture for tax write-off purposes and whatnot, yeah? So he knows what he's doing. The equipment that he's bought is doubled in value. By next year, it's going to probably triple in value. So even if he sold it, yeah, he'd still be making money. So theoretically, it's not a loss.
And I've
but the transparency is in the strategy. The transparency shows you that somebody has a trading strategy that actually works.
I don't care. People come in day
like
in and
you
day
can
out.
You can say like go in and pay to get in the Discord as much as you want, but like if
it's free,
if you can't sit here and show a strategy that works, there's no pudding.
It's free in the Discord, and I spent an entire year of calling out the market time and time again. I literally went into your Discord and
look,
predicted the largest market crash in crypto history,
Discord,
and you blocked me for it.
I'm just on your live stream. I'm not in your Discord. I'm just on your live stream.
I know, but I was in your Discord.
The proof
and I
is
gave
in
your
like
you and your community a heads up days before the largest crash in crypto history, and you banned and blocked me for it. So you tell me.
I didn't block you for that reason. I blocked you for the continuous FUD of crypto.
It doesn't matter.
So we'll get that straight for now.
The fact of the matter is it happened, and unfortunately, people didn't hear about it because of you.
Unfortunately, I don't care if the people heard about it or not.
I know, because you don't care about your community.
No, I didn't say that. It's their own financial choices and their own strategies. What's the outcome? If they,
it's not a strategy. Literally, we were facing the largest crash in crypto history, and all you guys could scream about was all-time highs.
And most indicators gave the signal. It's not a glorifying moment.
I don't need to give anyone P&L because I'm right every single day. I have the most consistent record.
I'm not requesting P&L. I'm requesting a strategy that works for you if you're going to get into a trade today.
And I give that strategy in my technical analysis macroeconomics class.
If it's free,
it's the TA class is not free.
So there you go.
Because I need to make some kind of income.
You're selling value without showing it. Like just imagine I'm just a new person just coming to this stream today.
You know what?
Like you're inviting somebody in to make money
TikTok seller,
without
are
showing
you in the
value.
chat right now? Tell him. Does it work? The chat are the people that are trading. And by the way, in the Discord, it shows
wait up
the
a
wins.
second. 1 minute's free, then the next minute you can't show us on the chart.
Discord is
right
free.
There in front of you. Like
the Discord is free. The class is different because I'm taking time out of my day to teach you something. Okay? If you go to college, do you not pay to go to college?
I agree with that.
So you can just go in and copy someone's homework for free. But if you want to learn how to do it...
So like copy trading.
Yeah. You can copy someone's homework all day long in the Discord. But if you want to actually learn how to do it yourself and give yourself some knowledge and education, that's what I charge for. And it's condensed down. It's a one-time. It's not like I have a TA class every week and you got to just keep paying and keep paying. No,
once you take payment.
No, once you take the course, it's done and you've learned it. And the people that signed up for it, if I have any new classes that do come out, because I do have guests that come on, and we're talking about these are hedge fund managers. These are high-profile traders.
Look, bro, what I'm trying to get at is like I see you putting the work in.
They come in as guests, and then they teach what they know. All right? And that's free for anyone that has purchased the beginning part of it. And that's free for life from then on out. So, yes, I would like to make some...
Can we keep the vibes up and you two stop rug pulling each other, please?
Yeah, here's the thing is, I have over a lifetime of trading developed my own strategy and technique and the way that I read the charts and do technical analysis. Okay? And I lost a lot of money to learn how to do that. And I'm giving people the opportunity to learn to see the charts in a whole new way. That's what I'm doing here.
Bro, I'm not here to put you. I'm not here. You're just saying, like, if you can't give an explanation of the strategy before people go into it, it's misleading.
It's not even mostly based on strategy.
It's misleading if they have to pay before they understand the education.
No.
It's misleading.
No, like I said, the whole trading, what's happening there is free. Okay? What I'm teaching you is not so much strategy. Yes, there's some strategy, and you get to decide what strategy works for you. Okay, first of all, there are only two things you need to be profitable as a trader. You need a good strategy that works for you and your situation, okay? And then you need to have control of your emotions, okay? I do not push my strategy. What I do is I give you the knowledge of different strategies to choose from, and it's up to you to decide what works for you because everyone is different. Everyone's financial situation is different. Everyone's FOMO is different. Everyone is completely different. The idea is to teach you.
I just have one thing to say.
To read the charts the way I do, to see and know where the market is going. That's the main thing that you're learning.
Okay, yeah, I agree. I agree. And then we'll go
community.
back to my first question. What is your strategy that you're trying to teach?
I'm not teaching strategy. I mean, I do teach some, but it's like 0.00000000001% of what I'm teaching. What I'm teaching is how to see the charts the way I do and to be able to know where the market is going.
We're all here to teach each other something, whether it's, whatever fact that it is. We're all learning something new here each and every time we jump on a live. And we're a very small community. And all I wanted to say is jump up and say, we're a small community and let's, teach each other. That's it.
Absolutely.
Period.
And I do. I teach people.
We try. Me and Oz go back and forth a little bit.
Honestly, I think a good push and a pull makes for good content. Because the viewership goes up when we're arguing. So honestly, I don't mind.
As a whole, we're here to help each other so we can help other people.
I had to bring some micro drama back in, otherwise the views are down.
Chill, you already know that I love you, bro. And I come out and I support you.
Nah, like it's all love here. Like, hey guys, in the chat, this is like micro drama, and we're over it tomorrow, and we're talking some conspiracy shit.
Exactly.
But the thing is, we got to identify this difference between us going back and forth and somebody coming in here with absolute troll mentality.
Exactly.
So I like to point that out because we had 100 people in here from the troll. Like the ones that actually really want to learn are the ones that are left over right now.
Absolutely. And I think it's good for you to question what I'm saying and what I'm doing. That's what I'm trying to teach. I want you to question me. I want you to not believe anything I say.
Yeah, and question me too, bro. I love it. Nah, it's all love, hey. But look, we've got to dig at each other because we have to reveal the bullshit respectfully. In a kind of a way, it's like, we're edging each other a little bit here, but as long as it's 65% win rate, no one's losing.
Oh, I'm aiming for more like 80, 85%. Most of the chat.
I'd love to have an 80%.
Most of the chat would agree. I mean, people say I'm like 93, 95%. I don't think so. I think I'm more like 80, 85% accurate with my trading style. I think people are being too nice, but it's pretty damn accurate. It's almost...
Nah, look, and that's the thing. If it works, and it is working, we all fucking need to be in there. And that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah, it is.
You know what I mean? Like, like you're trying to educate people. I'm trying to educate people. A lot of people in this community are just trying to educate. So educational purposes only. If it's working, and like TikTok Salah said, he's got some juice there, maybe we should all be studying what Oz is doing.
I would recommend it. I'll tell you what, everyone that has joined the class continues to complete the course, okay? And every single one of them started out in major losses and comes back and they're nothing but wins. Obviously, there's the losses in between there, but we're talking about you'll take a 5 to 20% loss here and there, rarely, and we're talking about 200-300% wins regularly.
And I think you should promote that more, man. Like,
well,
if there's wins, there's wins, man.
I more or less right now, I'm focused on fixing the algorithm. Once we start getting more viewership, I'll take more time to do that. But honestly, I lose viewership when I'm shilling myself. The way I see it is I will shill.
You want to know how
the
to
Discord.
You want to know how to sort your algorithm, bro? Just start demo trading on live, man. Like your wins are wins. Like,
I'm
you're
not
gonna
even
show,
trading
like,
right now, though. I'm sidelined, like I said. So, like, I guess I could.
It's a whole
paper
nother
trade.
job. I get you. I get you.
I guess I could paper trade it, but yeah.
Yeah, like just paper trade some shit. Like just show these people. Look, you don't know how. Like 95% of this chat doesn't trade. I guarantee it. 95% of them.
Holding.
And they wouldn't even know where to start. Like they don't know how to fill an order. They don't know like about demo testing. And these are the stuff this year.
And that's what's great is if you become
we can put our two communities together.
If you become a subscriber or you're a super fan, and you can learn from me without even taking the class, and you can ask questions more catered to what.
Hey, Kitty, what's up?
So, like,
hey, Kitty.
Let's say you need help with onboarding your wallet, or you need help with what. Am I too? Because some people are way too diversified. Some people are under diversified. Everyone's situation is different. So with the coaching, I'm not giving financial advice. What I'm doing is I'm saying, okay, this is your situation. This is what I would do. It's up to you to decide what's best for you. But these are your options. Everyone's different. Everyone's different. That's why I tell people to become a subscriber. Do the coaching first and segue into the TA class, because you need a foundation first. I need to know who you are and what level you're on, and to see if the TA class is even for you. I would say that most of the advanced people in technical analysis would probably see what I'm doing and laugh and be like, wow, this is a joke. But honestly, it's about basics and not adding too much noise, because I think a lot of the problems
bro, everybody
with
has a different strategy. There's thousands of strategies that work.
I would say that most traders out there, their biggest problem is they got too much noise going on. They're too focused on this indicator and that, and all these different things, and it just clouds your vision. And what I do is I teach you how to see the charts the way I do. I can literally TA anything.
Do you agree or not? Like,
with no lines.
Like you agree? Like, we can go back and forth about like WAR situations, financial situations in the market. None of us have any power to change it or any say in doing it. So this is much more constructive conversation than what we all related to.
So, Oz, I got a question.
Yeah.
Say like the coaching side of things, you know, where charge a fee for that. I understand that, but also on your end, I just don't understand it, because why even do it unless it's a charitable thing that you just want a payment to make sure somebody is really serious about learning. If you're hitting 85%, why would you spend the time coaching people for the little amount of money? Because it's not like you would need the money, right?
Because the idea of this show was to get your attention with your wallet, to talk about what really matters, which is everything we've been talking about today. That's been off topic of crypto. Unfortunately, the way the algorithm works is there has to be an inflow of money, revenue, in order to be boosted into the algorithm. So I need the subscribers. I need the engagement. I need, the stupid little heart me's and the little gifts, because otherwise nobody sees what I'm doing. And then I'd be a crazy person sitting in a padded room talking to the wall.
It's like I get like, you know, if people are interested in learning TA, etc., right? I totally get that because that takes time to teach somebody unless they're willing to go out and learn it themselves. So if you're trying to teach people just these tools, you know, and how to navigate it from the get-go, makes sense, right? But I don't know, like me, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it because if at a certain point, I wouldn't want to take any more time away from even myself or my family to teach somebody else when I'm comfortable myself, if that makes sense, which is probably sounding greedy, you could say, but
That's the
you
thing
know,
is I want to help people.
you got to be a good person for that. So let me pat you on the back. This is more of a pat on the back than anything.
My Discord is free, and I just
Yeah, no, but like an 85%, 85% win rate, bro. You should be sitting on a yacht somewhere.
Well, I'm looking. I got one back here. But, you know, I have things, you know, I have nice things, but I'm also worried, maybe not so much worried, but I know the direction that everything's going, and I'm expecting a collapse. And so I'm offloading properties. I'm offloading my classic car collection. I'm trying to accumulate cash right now and be sidelined, just like Warren Buffett. The market is too, what's the word? Unpredictable right now for me to be in it trading. I want to be in it when it's the right time. And also I want to be a smart money investor and not have to be married to the charts so much. And I want to be able to help other people. I'm more concerned about helping you than helping myself. I'm good. I don't need much to live. Everything I have is paid for and I own it. I don't have any credit card debt. I don't have anything that is debt. Everything I own is an asset. Everyone went silent.
Well, I like the community in full because everybody's got their own piece of the puzzle, right? In this community, you know, you get these back and forths, etc., but everybody is their own piece and it fits. And, you know, it's a good community to really obtain little bits of information from a lot of different people in every different way. It's fantastic. Right or wrong, you're like, I got to say, the community here is great.
Absolutely. And you know,
I'm gonna follow you.
One of the things is like, I'm not always right. And a lot of times people will say things that go against everything that I'm believing. And then I hear it and I'm like, it changes my perspective. And then I adjust, you know, that's a big part of what I do is I'm not locked into one idea or anything. I'm literally questioning myself and everything I'm doing because I don't know everything, you know, and I want to learn more. I want to learn from you guys and I want you guys to learn from me. But
that's what it's about.
Yeah. Because I'm not perfect. I'm a human being. I'm just like every one of you guys. Exactly. Nothing special about me. I just happen to be right all the time with the charts and the way things are going in the world. That's all.
Your wife must love you. If you're married.
I'm actually getting divorced right now.
That brought me out of the mute.
Welcome, Kitty.
What's up, guys?
What's up, buddy?
Stop grilling Mr. OZ here. He's building his own product, and you know everybody's skeptical, but the proof is in the pudding of the performance, and the only way to find out the performance is to bite the bullet and dig in and start trading. You know,
well, we have a reason to be skeptical when we have a bunch of people out here shilling meme coins.
I'm not shilling meme coins. I mean, I make them for fun because I think it's fun.
Yeah, there's a difference between like trading them and knowing how to trade them and getting wrecked completely.
like I was
and
in
leaving your
someone's live the
community
other
with
day.
their hands up in the air, not doing, like, not even responding.
I was in Prison to
Regarding that
Blockchain's
comment to
live
you,
the other day, right? And it was the day before I had him as a guest on the show. I was in his live, and he told people to follow me. So they followed me and they went to my profile, right? And they're like, "Hey, where do I buy this meme corn?" And I literally told him, I was like, "Don't buy it. Like, unless you want to give me money, like, otherwise, don't buy it. It's not, you're not going to make any money off of it, you know, because that's not what it's about. I honestly, it's about engagement. All I really want out of all of this is for my voice to be heard and to help people. That's it. How much to join? To join what? The Discord is free. The TA class, um, so I'm going to be dropping the price of the TA class because it's not live anymore. It's pre-recorded. So I haven't really come up with a price yet. But if you're interested in it, join the Discord, drop me a DM, and I'll talk to you. But I would say the first thing to do is to get it locked in with the coaching, right? Let me get.
I still can't
You
message
can DM me,
anybody.
and let me get to know
I
you
can't
and your
send.
situation, and let me see if it's even right for you. Because I don't want you to get into something that's a waste of money for you. If you don't need it, then I don't want you to, you know, pay for something you don't need.
Well, a lot of the community doesn't trade crypto; they spot trade
Right.
crypto, right? So that's what I'm finding. A lot of people are now just getting into trading, and I think they need as much help as possible. And some of them, their bags are down right now, right? Because they got in a year ago. So is there any chance, Oz, you'd open it up for a week to get some of the crypto bros that always show up, always show your live support,
What do you mean, like open it
in
up?
to open it up for free for a week for some of your crypto bros, maybe some of your top gifters,
So it
etc.
doesn't work that way. It's a
No.
course. Unless you have all of it, it's gonna seem like you didn't learn
Can you
anything.
create a crash course so they can
I mean,
at
that's
least
what
have
I've
the
done.
basic
That's what
the
I've done.
basic
I've
tools?
created a crash course. That's what it
Okay.
is. And it's
Because
basically
trading,
5 months of classes, 4 classes a month. Or I think it's like 6 months.
yeah, my opinion is still, even after 5 months, you're still learning. Even after 2 years, you're
Absolutely.
still learning.
oh, Oz, give them shit. Give them nothing. Absolutely make them beg. Man, we make fucking dollars. What all these people think, man? We're out here just, wait, I didn't work all of last year just to sit in here and tell you free information. Get real.
Well, that's where I'm at with it is like I took losses for like a lifetime. You know what I mean? To
Yeah,
get
we've
to
been
where I'm
through
at.
it. That's the difference.
Yeah,
Like,
and
we've been
I
through it.
paid my
And
dues to
and most don't
develop
even
what I
mentally
do
take
now.
it in. Most don't even mentally absorb it until they've held their first cycle.
And the beauty of the class is you own the class. I email the video to you. So like even if you're taking it live, you're there for the live class and then I email you the recording so you can go back and you can rewatch it over and over and over and burn it into your brain.
My problem has always been I wasn't a great school kid, right? I was never good at learning in that form. I had learned school of hard knocks.
I'll tell you what.
So I've taken some real dumb losses. I've taken some really great wins, but it was those losses is what taught me. Unfortunately, I wouldn't have been able to learn from anybody. I looked at so much YouTube, everything I can think of, watching people chart, and I was still an idiot. I couldn't learn. I had to just get after it, and that's a lot of
Tell you
people's
what,
problem
guys.
as well.
If you sign up for the TA class and you purchase the entire course, I'll give you the first class free. How's that sound?
There you go.
Yeah, shill it out to them, bro. Oi, we had 2 responses already from that little
TikTok
interaction.
seller's idea. I always ask him kind of with the TA class because he's paid for it in full and he continues to pay for it. Even though I told him, I was like, you don't have to, and he's done so much work for me as far as like editing videos and different stuff for me. And I told him, like, hey man, let me just give you the TA class for free, and he refuses. I mean, the dude remodeled his parents' kitchen for them just from taking my class and doing the trading with us. And that was in what? In like a month or two. He was already in profits and just killing it.
Yeah, well, that's what we want to hear, you know. We want to hear a bit of transparency, and it goes back to my original question, you know. Well, no, it wasn't a question, it was kind of a statement. But, you know, these people that want to get in there and learn, bro, they want to see a little bit of juice first, you know.
I think the best.
And putting this on your screen, it only brings in the BS people, the drama people. It doesn't bring in the people willing to learn.
Here, I have an idea. I think the best way to uh, to show you if something is good is for you to just hear from people that have actually benefited from it. TikTok seller, if you'd come up here, I'd appreciate it. If you want to tell them your story and
would love to hear it.
What happened for you? Tell. I don't even want to tell you what. Go ahead. The floor's yours, buddy.
Yo, what's up? What's up? Yeah, so I took the TA class in full. I think it was about 5 months, and I did $100 each month. And then after like the first like month or two of the first like videos that I got, I started doing leverage trading on BTCC, and I got really profitable off of it. And it's from his strategy completely, from exactly that TA class.
And you weren't trading before that or anything? You had no background?
Not really. I was holding, yeah.
But you got the understanding of like where you're going in trading, no matter whether it was BTTC or silver or whatever. It gave you an overall picture of the view, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because what's up?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, because I was just like FOMO buying XRP in like March, and then I think you started the TA class in like July or something.
Yeah.
And then by like October, that's when I actually started trading, and I started doing leverage and doing really good with it with like 10x leverage. And I have my wins in the Discord too. So if you guys want to check like the stats and stuff, it's on the wins and losses chat in the Discord. So yeah.
Yeah, so
that's
we post
exactly
wins and
what
losses.
the group wants to hear.
And if you're wondering how much the TA class is, I would say click the Discord link in my bio, join the Discord, start there, and let me talk to you. All right.
I'm just starting to leverage trade. This is my first year, and I've just been betting people for a full year, and just started like participating in lives. And as I go, you learn who the community is. You grow, and I can see Roaring Kitty, Bellstar, Chill. I'm in his Discord. I'm in your Discord. I just created my own, and we just work together. And then you find your niche, you find what works for you. And I paper traded for a while and then just dipped my feet in. And I don't have major profits, but I'm learning the charts, and I'm learning from different people and different strategies, and that's what we have to do.
Yeah, I'd say the P&L for everyone that's taken the class is just off the charts, man. We're talking about people are with a small amount of money are just like growing exponentially.
Look, the P&L question was, the P&L question was more for like the BS TikTokers, but like Beloved said, like we're all mixing in ideas and we're all creating our own, and that's where the juice is. Not going around in circles about what the new narrative is or what the political situation is or anything like that, but it's empowering each to walk out and take a step and try somebody else's strategy. Try something different. Yeah. See what works for you.
I'll tell you what, my strategy is different than anything I've ever seen on YouTube or any other trader, anyone that's going to teach you something. It's completely different. And it's literally something I've developed on my own.
I think more people need to learn how to trade. You know, it takes you most times a couple of cycles to get out of spot holding and start trading and selling and taking profits, etc. Right? Most people round trip, and I wish they didn't have to. I wish some of these new crypto bros wouldn't really they would paper trade. That's what I wish for the first year of their own spot holdings, right? Paper trade, learn how to trade, because if you learn how to chart, then you'll know, hey, is this a good time to de-risk my spot positions even, or another way to build your positions without capital you had to go to work to earn to put into the speculative markets, right? So I think trading is super important, and if any of you guys can save some of these people from making some of the mistakes I made, 8 years ago, 5 years ago, 2 years ago, a year ago, right? Because it doesn't matter how long you've been around, there's still mistakes made and still balls dropped at certain points.
Absolutely.
So,
No one's perfect. Even me. I know it's hard to believe, but yeah, we take losses. But the percentage, it's a numbers game. And that's one of the hardest things with teaching
risk
people.
management.
Yeah, is a lot of people, they come in and they want to jump in and dive in, and I'm like, you've got to get your FOMO under control. You need to get your emotions under control before you move forward anymore, because they're seeing it, they're TAing it, and the issue is not the process, it's their fear. That's the hardest part, is being able to trust the process.
The fear and the greed, man. Two things that will get you killed in this game.
Exactly.
Being too fearful to make that move, and being too greedy to not know when to exit that move wanting more. And I see this primarily with the people that I work with, which is they're too late to the move. They've just spotted it. There's very little upside left. They're looking at the next leg. They're looking at the next day's opening move if this trend continues upwards. Right? They're looking at the weekly, and they're expecting all of that to get printed in one single session.
Right.
And it wrecks them every time.
And then you forget that you can play both sides. You can go up and you can go down with it. You can short the market as well. And I would say right now, shorts are your best bet. I got the red light on right now.
You can't rely on one person to teach you everything. There's probably 20 people in here that I've learned stuff throughout the year. Roaring Kitty, Chillwell, you Oz, Bellstar. There's Mother Dragons. Like, you just learn something different from everyone. Everybody's got a piece to the puzzle, and we just have to work together to help each other, because there's going to be a whole, slew of people coming in. And what do we have? Like 53 people in here. And, bouncing ideas off of each other is just going to help the next round of people that come in. And we connect.
Talk says shorts for 121 market. Absolutely. That sounds about right from what I'm doing right now. Shorts coming up next week. And we're talking about a big drop. I don't know if it's going to be the biggest we've seen in crypto history, like we did in, what was it, October? But expect a major drop coming.
That drop in October, I was in shorts. I was expecting the market to come down. I was in shorts, and I still got liquidated.
Bro, if the market comes down any further, it's done.
Well, I've been saying that all last year.
But it's different this time. There's no 4-year cycle.
Yeah.
I can't jump on board with that. I just can't. Unless there's one cycle that is different fully, then I'll see it, right? But I got to go through something. I can't just hear talk about it, right?
Yeah, but most people don't see it until it's over.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Like, it's already shown, man. It's literally like that whole narrative is, and it is a narrative. The cycle is a narrative. If you want to say 4-year cycle, it's nothing to do with crypto. It has everything to do with the business cycle, which is an actual real cycle, and it will never die.
Absolutely. And there's also the cycle of society. So one thing I talk about is the fourth turning. And if you don't know what the fourth turning is, you need to get in the Discord, and under #knowledge, all that information is spelled out for you. I can't even begin, like, I understand it, but like to elocute it to you, the viewer, it's better for you to just go watch the content. It's there for you. It got quiet.
Another thing I would like to add to this too is offering these
Yo,
types of
what's
services.
good?
What's good? Especially from a leverage trading perspective is really knowing your audience. And speaking from experience, a lot of people that I've interacted with, they were really eager to learn leverage trading, but their lifestyle didn't qualify them for it. You know, they have full-time jobs. They don't have the time to dedicate to properly manage their trade. They're expecting every single one of them to just go in their direction, or they're driving, commuting, they're gone during the hot parts of the day when there's actual volume. And so some people just are not able to do it, specifically from the constraint of time. You know,
And
like for
that's the
me, my
beauty.
trading session starts.
That's the beauty of what I teach is I teach high frequency trading. I also teach you how to do a good swing trade. Probably 2 to 4 trades a month. And those are pretty much happen perfectly to the T. I would say that those are like a 90% success rate or better, the swing trades. And it's very simple, very simple. The hard part is knowing where to put your limit orders at, and that's what I teach. But you can easily do a nice swing trade, 2 to 4 trades a month, and just keep making money.
Yeah, it makes sense. If it's a longer time horizon, then that works for
and it's all done with limit
versus...
orders, so like you're not watching the charts or nothing, you're just trusting the process.
Yeah. Oh, I got you. I understand what you mean. That sounds right up with what's logical, that's for sure.
That's mostly what I've been doing lately. I'm so busy now doing the show and life and kids and family and everything. Like, I'm swing trading when I do trade, and right now I'm not even trading. I'm sidelined. Like I said, it's one, I don't have the time to watch the charts like I used to, and two, I don't need the income from it before. You know, before it was my bread and butter, right? Now I don't need to do it. I'm honestly, like, I started having a bit of a mental decline when I was just so locked in on the charts. Like, I had to just step away for a while because I needed a brain break.
We got to touch grass, but Roundup is asking what's happening on the 21st.
What's happening on the 21st? Let's go over here to indicators.
While you're looking at that,
movies coming out.
Moon phase. The moon cycle.
Moon cycle.
The most goated.
Billionaires go off the moon cycle.
Moon cycle.
Where's Smoker at?
There's a reason why. There's a reason why they go off the moon cycle.
It also it affects brain chemistry. Okay, that's a whole nother part of it. Brain chemistry.
In what culture does moon cycles actually count for anything?
I don't know.
And Islamic culture.
No, we just use the moon as a guidance of time, but there's other people that use it for mystical reasons.
Yeah, and whether you believe in that stuff or not, just like I was saying about the Bible earlier, is just because you don't believe it doesn't mean there aren't people that do, that are making decisions based off
Crypto above waters, man.
Well, yeah, water's above.
Waters above. Sorry, my dyslexia.
It's okay. Even if we believe it or not, that's who on top is using it, and they're the market makers. They're who's controlling what's going on.
Yeah, January 18th is the new moon. So shorts around between the 15th and the 17th. And you probably want to close that short around the time that Money Talk said, around the 21st or the 24th, generally, for a nice little swing trade right there.
Well, aren't we having another thing with the Fed on the 21st or something?
What's that?
Aren't we having something with the Fed?
I see moon cycles.
Yes. and here's the thing is, you guys have to understand is the people in power and all these different little timelines and things, they also line up with the moon cycle. When we had that crash from Iran, when we dropped the bunker busters on Iran, that happened on the summer solstice.
Exactly.
To the day. Like, it's all ritual. These people are in a cult.
It's evil, but if we play chess and not checkers, then
Right.
we understand.
Use their game against them.
Exactly.
They're all in cahoots with the devil, man. That's how they all got up there.
Yep.
The 0.1%, they're all in cahoots with the devil.
So the Clarity Act is actually not needed.
Look, let me just say something, yeah? A lot of people believe in star signs and stuff, right? What if I was to turn around and say star signs are particular times when these certain 1%ers do certain things, right, to make it look like that all these star signs are having an effect? It's proving their cause.
I'd say Muhammad's tripping. Every day he comes with a different conspiracy.
We're not worshiping the moon. We're just realizing what the elites are doing. And
because if you actually align the moon chart with Bitcoin, fuck, you'd be surprised how accurate it actually is.
Yeah, it is crazy. And Bitcoin controls
just
most
look
of the
at
market.
Oz's chart. Look at the graph right there. It's right in front of us.
Yeah, the proof's right there.
So we're not worshiping it. We're just following.
We're acknowledging
what the billionaires are
what
doing.
evil people are doing.
Mixed signals in that
You're missing what I'm saying. You're missing what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say to you is, right, is that all this star sign stuff, right, it's right because people make it right, not because it's right.
Exactly. Whether you believe it or not, there are people that do, and they make decisions based off of it. Therefore, it becomes real. The charts, the market, technical analysis should not exist. It should be random. But because we've all come together as a community and agree upon certain patterns and certain candles and different things, therefore it becomes real.
Exactly.
Smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms at
My bros,
Ozthecryptogoat.
teach me. I want to learn. I am hungry for this education.
I am too, sister.
So back to what I was saying. Smash that like button. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. All lowercases, no spaces. Join the Discord link in my bio. And if you're interested in taking the TA class, reach out to me. Send me a DM. I see a few of you said you DM me. I will reach out to you as soon as possible. I'm a busy man. Also, become a super fan. Become a subscriber, because those help boost my algorithm. And I want to get this information to as many people as possible. That's my overall focus and goal here, is to reach as many people as possible. Sorry, didn't mean to mute you, Bell, but you chimed in at the wrong time.
Oz, have you ran into a guy named Tech CEO
I
on
have.
here?
I actually.
You remind me of him a lot. I feel like you guys are related. Your voice. I don't know why, but it's so funny.
I mean,
That's
our
why I
content
stopped
is
in this
completely
live. I had to
different.
double take. I'm like, wait, is that Tech CEO? And he grew a beard? What happened?
I mean,
Then
Tech
I realized
CEO
it
has
was...
a beard. It's just not as long and lush.
Yeah, it's not as...
Yeah, I like Tech CEO. I actually, whoa. Who is that? Someone's at, oh, beloved by Yahweh, you're echoing pretty bad, so I had to mute you. I'll unmute you. But yeah, something was going on there. All right, so oh, it's back. All right, it's fixed now.
Am I good?
Yeah, we're good now. We're good now. Does anyone have any closing thoughts? We're coming up on the end of the show here, and we're gonna call it a night. Anyone have anything they want to share before we go? You know, I had actually.
I want you to share something. Since you were talking about the moon cycle and whatnot, what figure are you thinking we're gonna go down to?
Depends on what project.
Bitcoin.
Well, let's.
When you say 64.
Let's take a look, shall we?
I think I remember you saying like 64, right?
No, I think I'm 74. But hold on. That's a more long-term goal here.
That's a gappy chart, man. Select Binance.
So that chart, Oz, is a setup with SMA gap. You suggested a 0.5 to 0.6 and a HTF confirmation.
Okay, so this is what I see. I see a bear flag. So we could potentially pump up here to either 94, maybe 95, 5, and then come down. And if that's a massive bear flag, right? Here's the issue with this is it could also be flat bottom. But I'm going to go against the flat bottom because the moon cycle, right?
It looks like it's printing a head and shoulders there.
What, right here?
Yeah, that's the guidelines that I'm using, the head and shoulders pattern. I'm expecting the second one to be like a third lower than the previous shoulder.
I think we're going down minimum to 80K. This drop. I think we go lower. I think we go to like, somewhere around 78 to 74, somewhere around there is where we should be headed.
That's exactly what I had in mind as well.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking. Unless
I'm thinking we might have a little.
Hold on. Unless this is a flat bottom inverted, that means that this thing's going to a new all-time high. But the moon cycle says otherwise, so I'm going to lean.
Can you slide it over so we can see what you were talking about?
What do you mean?
Because the people in the panel are covering the right side of the chart.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Now we can see it all.
Sorry. If this is a flat bottom, inverted triangle pattern, that means that this is going to go up to a new all-time high. But I don't think so. See, that's what they'd have you to think, right? But we use the moon cycle to tell us, nope, we're probably headed down. And it could potentially pump to 99. If it pumps to 99 in the next, 5 days or so, you better put in a short on that sucker. Because it'll then definitely fall down. But then it's not going to go to 74. It's probably going to stop around 78 or 80. So that's what
You're
I've
going to
seen.
have another pump before you have another dump because the liquidity buildup there is getting pretty big, and
Yeah,
in the upper ranges.
it could potentially come up here to like 98 to 99.
My
I got
original
my storage
target
from
when it comes
98
down
to
was
105.
my original target was 104 when it first come down. If we were to go back straight back up, but because we've come sideways so long, my upper target now sitting at 97.
Josh says 50-50 odds in here. No one knows. Here's the thing: is I don't know what's going to happen over the next couple days, but come the 17th, I believe, I know what's going to happen. It's going to fall, and it's going to fall hard. So depending on what it does over the next couple days,
It's all speculation. Nobody knows for sure.
I mean, I'm pretty confident. I've been pretty confident in most of my TA over the last year. I'm confident for what I see for this year as well. Bitcoin more than likely is going to do this.
Yeah, you're behind the panel again.
Oh. Let me move it.
March 3rd, there's going to be a blood red moon for 82 minutes, and it's also a lunar eclipse.
Yeah, and that's generally bearish.
Yeah.
So what we're seeing is the moon cycle resetting to where basically it doesn't matter if it's a full moon, it's not going up very high. It's going to usually what happens is we hit a full moon and then it goes up for a couple days. On a blood moon or an eclipse, usually what happens is the day of the full moon, that's the top. So it won't go.
I wonder what's going to happen the next time we actually end up going to the moon. Are we going to have a bull cycle or what? Then we might actually get
if this happens,
a real pump going.
If this happens right here, if this plays out, which is pretty highly likely, we have now, what has happened is Bitcoin has turned into a head and shoulders, which is a reversal pattern, and it could potentially trend down as low as 40K.
If that happens, I'm gonna make a couple $1 million from one single short, my friend.
Well, it would take. You have to understand that would be over a year or two's time for that to happen.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
Funding rates will grow higher and higher through that process.
Yeah, the 40K mark's not including institutional adoption through ETFs.
Right,
the 40K mark was accounting for retail only because that prediction was that bottom prediction was made way before the ETFs were ever introduced.
So I want to go over the news here real quick. So the Clarity Act was delayed again as the Senate lacks votes for crypto reform. And honestly, this is good news, okay? We need to rewrite the Clarity Act before we pass it, okay? This is a big deal. If you haven't looked into the Boozman-Booker draft, look into it. Okay, so we want clarity for institutions, right? That's what the Clarity Act's all about, right? They want clarity for institutions, but the clarity that it gives removes all protection for investors, right? So basically it's going to force everyone out and institutions are going to take over everything. We don't want that. We want clarity for institutions, and we want security for investors. We get that with the Boozman-Booker draft.
Wait a second, bro. Bitcoin's not going nowhere, man. Bitcoin's going nowhere, and doesn't matter about the Clarity Act or any of that garbage.
Hey, can I just say something?
I agree.
The Clarity Act isn't even needed.
I didn't even
The Clarity Act isn't even needed. If you look at some of these institutional coins, what they've decided to use, like Canton,
DTTC has decided to use Canton for its institutional grade trading. They're already going forward with the platform's already launched. They already have their treasuries. The Clarity Act literally isn't needed. The Clarity Act just confirms that most 90% of these coins are trash.
Right. And here's the thing is, I've been saying this, is we don't need regulation in crypto. That was the whole point of this, is that we regulate ourselves, we govern ourselves financially. I don't want the government doing anything. But
you're missing a critical point.
What's that?
The critical point is when this Clarity Act comes into play, the institutions that are going to be creating their own coin are not going to be held liable for rug pulls or anything for 4 years.
For 4 years, exactly. That's the problem. And that's why here's the thing is, guys, let's not be naive. Everyone wants the Clarity Act to pass because it's going to pump their bags. That's all they care about. And so I'm like, okay, like if we're going to at least do that, can we write the Clarity Act in a way that is going to be beneficial to both sides? So that's why I keep, educating people on the Boozman Booker draft. Whether you guys like it or not, this is going to pass. So can we at least make sure it's written properly? That's all I'm saying. But yes, Chillwell, you're right. We don't need it. I don't
That only
agree with
applies
it.
to your spot holders. That doesn't really apply to us short-term leverage traders, because they can come out with whatever law they want. The markets can go down. Everything can crash. We're still going to be making money either way because we're after short-term momentum. We're not sitting there and waiting for 2-3 years for this market to pick back up. That's why I said to somebody in the chat, like, every day is a bull cycle. Just look at XVG now. Just look at IP now. Look at Hyper and a couple of the other coins. They've been going up pretty good in the last few days, enough to make a couple 100% off of them and call it a week.
The hodlers need this. The people
the hodlers need this for sure.
We don't need it. Right, exactly. And unfortunately, most of the people that are getting into crypto now, they're hodling. They don't know any better. This whole idea of hodling in crypto is actually a new concept. I've been in crypto for a very long time, and that didn't even come along until like 2020 to just hodl.
Oh, by the way, I mentioned this on your live last time. I'll mention it again now. We're all talking about the Clarity Act, right? But the one that was passed on the 1st of January, no one's talking about, and that's the Bank Secrecy Act.
Right, and we talked about that.
And that's had an update. That's had an update to it. Additions added onto it on the 1st, which include crypto now.
No, it's not the 1st anymore. They pushed back the dates.
Have they pushed it back for that as well?
They pushed them back. Everything's been moved back about a month or a few months.
Well, I'll tell you what, everyone needs to do a petition against all of this.
And they'll keep pushing it back. They'll keep pushing it back this year, and people will continue to buy altcoins, and they'll continue to play around in the casino, and the revenue will still come in for them, and their fees will be paid, and their loans will be paid.
And what I would challenge everyone here on the panel and everyone in the chat to do, obviously, if you're not in the U.S., you can't do this, but if you are, just Google how to contact. I have the mic in front of the keyboard. I can't type. And you can do this for state representative. You can do this for congressman, whatever. Just put that in there, and right down here, you're going to find the government website. It'll always say like .gov, all right? And you just click on this, and you put in your name, address, zip, and it'll give you their email. It'll give you their phone number, and I advise you to email, call, reach out any avenue you can, and let your voice be heard. Whatever it is that you believe, let your voices be heard. Be represented properly. And then I guess the last bit of news here is Trump tells Cuba to make a deal before it's too late after Maduro ouster. Here's the thing with Cuba.
The Clarity Act can be passed or not passed, and it won't make any difference to me here in Australia.
Exactly.
Because this crypto is not a.
Here's the thing:
it's not a countrywide.
It will, bro.
We've already made our rules here. The UK has already set in their rules.
Doesn't mean they can't change
it will
them.
It will make such a huge difference in Australia. Those lines to the bullion stores will be 10 times longer to go buy silver and gold. I have family in Australia, and my uncle sent me the pictures from people trying to.
We recently seen massive lines.
It's insane.
Bellstar
says, because we downtown Melbourne, and it was like, wait a minute, they're giving them out for free or what?
Hey, Bellstar. Put in the chat, she says, watch the Stand with Crypto video, please. Yes, everyone here in the live and everyone here on the panel, go follow me on YT, YouTube. All right? Go there at Ozthecryptogoat. All platforms are the same, okay? And go watch the Stand with Crypto videos. There's 2 of them, okay? You need to watch those, okay? I'm not just trying to boost my engagement or anything. Obviously, send me a subscribe on there. It's free to subscribe on YouTube, but you need that information. You need to watch that and understand more about the Clarity Act and what's coming with it. So thank you, Belle. I appreciate that. I'm going to take this opportunity to call it a night. I appreciate all you guys coming on the panel. Normally, I don't do panels, but I've been kind of doing them a little bit more lately, and I like it. I like it a lot. So I'm probably going to do it some more. Today I had a
Oz, just let me get this. Oh, sorry, and I appreciate your time, and I appreciate you having me on the panel and everything, man. But let's get this right. The Clarity Act is a domestic law, and it doesn't even apply to Canada.
Yes, it applies to the United States.
Come on, let's get this straight. Like, come on.
But let's get this straight, okay?
That's it.
The United States, okay, whatever happens here, other countries will follow suit, and it will shape the laws and infrastructure for crypto globally. And if you don't believe that, you're naive.
But will it really, when we've got the US president going over and doing such and such to Venezuela and suggesting Greenland, and will they actually follow suit, you know?
Okay,
because
here's the thing. Let me answer that question, okay? Yes.
He's coming
you know
for
why?
Australia
because
next,
this is hold on. This is legislation. Okay, this is not an executive order, which is a temporary order from the president. This is legislation that will be passed and implemented into the US. Okay? And generally when they write laws, they don't ever remove them. Okay? So this will last long past this administration and into the next one. It doesn't matter who's in office. It will be there. So Donald Trump is temporary, bro. You're thinking too short term. You gotta zoom out and look at the big picture.
No, that's okay, because I'll take that Arbitrum. Like, I'll take that Arbitrum any day. Like, if they're gonna take the yield away from you guys in the US, I'll take that yield any day of the week.
You're thinking too short term though. You have to understand, like you said, Australia's already got its laws. Once the US creates this infrastructure, everyone will follow suit. And it will affect Australia, and they'll probably change their laws as well. It's coming. Whether you like it or not, it's coming. And
join your Discord, man.
Yeah. I'm gonna call it a night. It's been like over 4 hours I've been live here. I gotta use the bathroom, and I haven't eaten all day. So thank you all for joining. Thank you for all the likes, and thank you for all the gifts as well. You guys are phenomenal, and I appreciate you. Click the Discord link in my bio. Join the Discord. if you're interested in taking the TA class, join the Discord and send me a DM and say, hey, and I'll talk to you and we'll see if you even need it. I don't want to charge you for something you don't even need. But if you purchase the entire course in full, I'll give you the first class for free. We decided to do that today. I'm going to do that for you guys. So,
Thanks, Oz.
And
all right, good to see you back, Oz. To be honest, it's good. Like, we need more fighting the fight for the TikTokers.
And I'm gonna give you guys an extra one. Anyone that signs up for the TA class and purchases it in full will receive any further classes for free for life. How's that sound?
Is it just for this group that's on live right now?
No, for anyone.
Okay.
Anyone that pays for it in full will get the first class for free, and we'll get any further classes that come for free for life.
And I'll double down. I'll double down with Oz, and I'll just say, anybody who reaches out to me from this live will get 1 week's free intel and personal mentoring. So you can back and forth with whoever's right here and whoever disagrees.
Excuse me. So what do we do? Hashtag you in a DM?
Or just
hashtag
send me
Oz?
in my Discord. Just come into the Discord, go into DMs, send me a DM, say, hey, I want to get in the TA class.
I'm happy with a 6-week class. Just come on, you guys. Let's get something going here.
And some of it's very basic. Some of it you probably already know, but you need a good foundation. But there's a lot in there you probably never even seen or heard of before, and it's going to be like nothing you've ever experienced. All right. I'm out. Thank you all very much. I appreciate you. Viewership was impeccable today. I love all of you guys. I do this for you guys. If you don't want to learn how to do it or whatever, become a super fan or become a subscriber, and I'll coach you. I'll do the homework for you. I literally do on-demand TA, right? If you're high frequency trading, I do have a life, okay? But you know, if you're like, hey, or whatever, I'm pretty much in the Discord all hours of the day and night. So, you know, you can reach out to me and say, hey, I need TA on this project. What do you see? And I'll give you my TA. So
everyone follow each other.
Yeah. Make sure you follow everyone in the panel here. These are all amazing people, and I'm glad to have you all up here. I feel honored that you'd even want to be on my show, especially for as long as you guys have been here. Thank you. You guys are wonderful. All right. I will see you all in the Discord, and let's get you guys profitable. All right. Take care, guys. Have a good night.
Party in my channel.
Later, man.
Everyone go to Bellstars. Bellstars going live.
Bellstars live.
All right.
Good night.
I'll
Thanks,
probably
Oz.
pop in
Jump
for a
over
minute.
for Bell's live.
I'll pop in for a minute and say what's up.
Wait, Muhammad, you were popular today.
All right,
He's been everywhere.
All right, good night, everybody.
How's everybody doing today? Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends.
On. Oh,
What
God.
is going on, Revolution?
It's the Hulk again.
Revolution starts yesterday.
Can you hear me this time?
I can hear you. I have the issues fixed.
Okay. Why am I looking at the Hulk?
Because we are probably going to dip hard. So the Hulk is an indicator. You know, we like to
Gotcha.
use indicators.
The light's not enough. You need the big scary red face.
Absolutely. Abso-fruit-and-tootly. Smash that like button, guys. Share the show. Follow Revolution and become a subscriber with Revolution to get your fact checking. Tell us about your fact checking boundaries.
So I can do about 5 times a month for any new subscribers and deep dive and fact check whatever you need. And I can see both sides because I have separate accounts that show me both sides of what everybody is saying, and I have one that shows me the UK. So if you need something and you're just not finding what you need, I can probably find it. So for 5 times a month, subscribe for a month, and I can do it for you, a deep dive into anything that you need a fact check on.
Big Baller, thank you for the goats.
Thanks, Elle.
Much appreciated. Live goal achieved. Yes, we have Jesse here. Welcome, Jesse. You're looking stunning as always.
I'm actually tired.
Coffee
This
girl.
was fast.
Coffee.
Yes, that is the... Thank you, Big Baller. I appreciate you so much.
Break the
Thank
shadow.
you.
What does that mean? What does break the shadow?
So cool. Thank you. What shadow?
I don't know. TikTok seller said break the shadow.
Oh, do you have your thing at the bottom? Or did you forget?
What thing at the bottom?
You usually have your chart at the bottom.
Well, I figured we would run a... I can change it. Oh, won't let me change it until... I figured we'll run a battle. You want to do one battle?
Okay.
Just for fun. Because it helps us move up the
Before we
ranking.
switch?
Yeah, we'll just do one.
Okay.
Do one battle. You are battling the Hulk, not Oz, so make sure you send your Hulk-sized gifts.
And when you win, did you win or the Hulk?
I won.
Nope, that's not how that
I won
works. You can't have it both
won
ways.
every match last night. What are you talking about?
No, you really didn't. You really didn't. But
Oh, so that
you know
means
what?
it's my
Tell
turn to
yourself
win.
what you
Got
need
it.
to.
Got it.
It technically is, yeah. It's okay. I'm not a sore loser like other people.
I am
so...
a horrendously sore loser. It's kind of a problem. Looks like we're killing it with the likes, though. As long as we don't get sniped by California Joe.
It's alright. I'm not as well known as you, and that's fine too. Because I'm okay with losing.
I don't really think that I'm more well known. I think you're more popular.
No.
I may be more well known because everyone knows me as the GOAT, the creator here, but you're the backbone of this whole operation.
No, the thing is that because I tell people the truth and tell them things that they don't want to hear, it makes me maybe not liked as much, if that makes any sense.
Better to be feared than loved, some might say.
Sometimes, yeah, honestly, because, you know, but not all the time, but half the time love gets you so far, but fear gets you a little further, so it just depends on the situation.
I want my kids to fear me. Fear
No.
the wrath of the Crypto Hulk.
I want my kids to love me, but I want other people to fear my kids or me when it comes to that.
The Hulk needs a small set of headphones.
No.
Things like that.
God, that thing is so creepy.
The Hulk?
You don't have to look at it.
I like this. I got the last one at the movie theater. It wasn't even airing anymore. It was just sitting there. And I was like, can I buy this? They're like, well, that's our last one. I was like, yeah, but the movie's not airing anymore. And I had to talk them into letting me have it. And
Ew.
I paid too much for it, that's for sure. Oh man. XRP looks sad.
All of them look sad right now. Dude, my stacks freaking just dropped.
This is why we have to understand the news, right? And understand that it plays a pivotal role.
Absolutely. And especially right now, there's the frameworks of certain deals, and some of them look pretty legit, but other ones, it's just a framework. That does not mean once it's all signed and everything's, you know, actually put together and signed, that's the only yet.
Even then, it's buy the rumor, sell the news.
Hi, Mother.
So
yeah,
even
no,
if
I
the
totally
news
get
is
it.
good, it probably is going to go down because of the news. And I'm sure the news is going to
Well,
be
nobody
tariffs.
I was going to say, nobody wants to hear the word tariffs and inflation and all that. Nobody wants to hear that. Nobody
That's
wants
all
to
it's
pay
gonna
more
be.
on anything, so.
That's all we're going to
Hi,
get
darling.
for a while.
Oh, I know. And that's okay. You know, I think some of us prepared for that. You know, I certainly did. But how long it's going to drag with these tariffs, because it's already been how many months now? Are we actually going to get somewhere with it or not?
Big Baller, thank you for the hat and mustaches. Mother Dragons, thank you for the popular votes. Thank you for the heart knees. TikTok seller, thank you for the goats.
Thank
Big Baller,
you.
thank you for the goats. Big Baller, thank you for the rose.
Appreciate you. Guess
Dang,
who
we
won?
lost. Big Baller says Loca made me a fortune today. Yes. Make sure you're taking profits, okay? I would say that after the first year, it may be a good time to Big Baller, thank you for the backing monkey. It may be a good time to
Thank you, Mother.
hodl after this dip, buy this dip and hold and see where we go. Because I have a feeling we could be going into alt season, but as we go up, take profits, okay? Because we don't know what's going to happen. Have an exit strategy. If you're DCAing, you should be DCAing out of the market, you know, on the way up, DCA out. And that's dollar cost averaging. That's one way to do it. I personally, because I'm a trader, I understand the market. I'm not greedy. I don't care if I don't catch the very top. I just set resistance zones where I take my profits, and once they reach them, I'm okay with that. Because I'll tell you what, being greedy, trying to catch the very tip every time, even though I'm calling the tip every time, that greed can burn you. Don't try
Yeah,
for just
always
the
take
tip,
profits if you
you
can.
know?
Except S60.
Except SXT. Yeah, SXT is in its accumulation phase, guys. to be accumulating it, but also trading it to accumulate more. The music is very
Thank
loud.
you, MVP. Thank you, Mother.
You know, we're just going to pause the music. There. No music. I cannot get the music right. The TikTok studio, the audio settings are just subpar. They're subpar. I sold all my SXT
No, we love
at 10
TikTok
cents.
Shop.
Yes, we love TikTok Shop. We absolutely love TikTok Shop.
I know it sounded all right to me, Mother. I think it's you, Oz, because the music sounds fine to us. Like a little teeny loud, but it still sounds really good.
Some people are getting different audio experiences.
Okay.
MVP says we love TikTok everything.
Absolutely.
That's debatable.
Hey, F1 in the chat. F1 in the chat. No negative Nancy's today,
loud.
okay?
It was a little loud. I just killed it. We were getting to that point. We're at 7.2K likes. That means that we are coming very close to removing the Hulk. And then you get to see my wonderful twisty mustache.
That's not fair. You have an auto clicker.
Shh. They don't know that.
A win is a win, I guess. A win is a win.
Remember, chat, if you want TA, you need to be a subscriber, okay? You don't have to be a deluxe subscriber,
Thank
but
you, Mother.
you have to be at least the low tier subscriber. And that's what you're getting with that tier. And the top tier deluxe subscription, you can message me directly for coaching. And then we also offer the TA class. If you're not in the TA class yet, send me a message and let's get you signed up for the TA class. Let's get you profitable. Let's help you offset these costs because you want to invest into yourself. Okay? Invest into yourself, into knowledge and understanding of the market so that way you can actually make money and not get burned.
Exactly.
All right, so let's be done with the battle because my ego can't take it anymore.
I knew it. You didn't want to do it because you didn't want to lose.
I'm going to drop you as a co-host and bring you back so that we can have you with the screen
with
below.
The thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll see you in
All
about 2 seconds.
I'll be back. All right.
All right, we're going to bring Jessie back here. Where is she? She's not here. And don't forget, we are also on Twitch and YouTube. We're not live on YouTube right now. I forgot how to do it. Hold on. Let's start streaming on YouTube as well, just in case bananas happen. Bananas happen to everyone. All right, I think we're good there. Okay, we should be on YouTube as well. It's going to be hard to see the chat. I got to get like a pop out for YouTube. All right, yeah, we are live on YouTube. Absolute and fruitly. Let me see here. Let's bring back Revolution. There you are.
That was so rude. It's like declined, go away.
I'm
like, okay.
I have to add you. Otherwise, it won't do the screen share. It'll just put the two of us together.
Got it. plugging in my fan because it's hot.
Got you. How's everybody doing today? Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. We're at 10K likes. The Hulk is gone. And now you have the OG Crypto Hulk here. Let's see here. Fix the settings. All right. We are back, baby. We are back. They tried to attack us, yet here we are, because I'm still standing better than I ever did. Looking like a true survivor. Got me feeling like a little kid.
Actually, wasn't too bad.
I actually can sort of sing. I do like to sing karaoke. Chat, you got to come to Vegas with me so we can sing some karaoke together. Come on.
Isn't that like an awkward feeling though? Everyone looking at you like just hoping it's over. Like, I don't know. That doesn't seem pleasant to me, but then I'm an introvert. It's different, I guess.
I like to be on stage. Why do you think I have this show? Like, my
I
whole
used to
life
do
was
it.
being on stage.
No, I used to do it for years since I was 14 to like 26 years old, but after a while you're like, oh my gosh, please nobody talk to me like ever, because it's a lot. It's a lot of stress. It's a lot of everything.
Absolutely. And don't forget, send in your daily heart me, not just to me, but to Jesse as well. Those help with the show, with our viewership greatly. Make sure you send in your daily heart me.
Thank you to everyone who sent them already. I appreciate you.
Yes, you guys are the real ones. All right? If you didn't send a heart me, you're not a real one. Just kidding.
That's not true.
I'm just kidding. Okay, I understand.
It's okay for people to just tap and not give anything. That's okay too.
Yeah, by the way, guys, if you don't want to give, I totally understand that. But as time goes by and we're not profitable, the show gets scaled back more. So if you want the show to continue, you have to be engaged with it. And that, if you can't give, obviously, all you got to do is tap the screen. And that goes for
Tappity
Jesse's
tap.
live as well. Tap away. And if you are in my live and you've been here for a while or you're new or whatever, do not feel feel that I will be upset if you go and you support Jesse. I strongly encourage it, okay? It's kind of a joke, but no hard feelings whatsoever. I want Jesse eventually to take over this show, and I can go back to my retirement. Look at her face. She's like, that's not what I want.
Yeah. I mean,
Guys,
but all of us
dip
here are
into your
collaborative and
pockets
we're
or
all
this
helping
show
each
goes
other. And this is a community. So if, we have to take a step back for a little bit, it's all of us that are taking a step back. And I think that people don't really, sometimes all of us stretch a little thin, but that's because we want to be helpful and give out as much news as possible. He can give you, the TA, I can give you the other side of news, but one piece, we have IT guy, we have journalism, one piece does not make a whole. You need all the pieces. And sometimes when we don't have enough revenue or whatever the case is, we just kind of have to take a few steps back and then try to work up to that again.
Exactly. Because this is a business. It is a business. I want it to be, I want to at least break even, right? If we're breaking even, I am totally happy with sacrificing my time. But it's become sort of unsustainable. And my wife is like, you can't keep doing this. And I'm like, I know, but I want to help people. And I feel like it's the right thing to do. And I think it will become profitable at some time. I really do believe it'll be huge. And, she believes in me. But at the same time, I get it. I can't give everything away, I just can't. So,
And I have 5 kids, and you have your family, and we're trying our best, but things are expensive now, and it just You know, he has his stuff, and I have, you know, he has a spouse. I have kids because the kids are just too draining. But, you know, we all have to work together. And the IT guy, he works some crazy hours and does some stuff that I don't even know how to do. So
yeah, the IT
it's
guy
a family here.
makes all the money here. Jesse makes peanuts for now. The goal is to give you a raise, Jesse. And that's part of
Someday.
bringing you on here on camera and everything you're doing. You're doing more work. So I believe that that should be reciprocated, you know. So soon, all right? Soon. And you deserve it now. You really do. I'm hoping that we can be earning more donations so that way I can give you a raise. But in the honestly, like most of our donors have gone bye-bye. We're not receiving donations really anymore. There are a few that are donating, and those of you that are, thank you very much. But the donations kind of were the lifeblood to paying the staff. And that's been cut dramatically. And I also did give up half of those donations. Normally I do like a fundraiser for like one day, maybe a week for the donations, but I really feel strongly about this organization that we're giving to this month. So I'm giving half of all of them away. And so basically the staff this month is being funded out of my pocket 100%. So it is what it is. But if you would like to give, we should be having a link tree set up by tomorrow. We won't be live tomorrow. I have some doctor's appointments and things I got to do. Jesse, are you going to go live tomorrow? Do your own thing?
On Twitch.
So Jesse will be on Twitch tomorrow. So make sure you follow her on Twitch, and she will be having a Twitch exclusive. Because I noticed on Jesse's lives, they get down some rabbit holes, man. Some serious
really do
rabbit holes. I thought I went down the rabbit holes, but yeah, you guys are on another level with the rabbit holes for sure.
It's fun. It's fun hearing other people's, and unfortunately, certain platforms don't like you to say certain things. And on Twitch, you say whatever you want. No one cares. No one cares. You just say what you want to say. Or even Discord, like just you get to be yourself and say whatever thing you want to say. And sometimes things make sense, sometimes things don't, but they're a lot of fun to go down.
Yeah, I've never been bananaed on Discord or Twitch or YouTube.
Thank you, Mother.
Mother Dragon says, I'm conflicted like a child with separated parents.
You're our mom, remember?
Yeah.
So it's okay. You can be with either one.
Let me help you, and you can just stay on my side of the stream and gift to me, and that'll fix everything.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. But I will tell you this. So I'm in a higher tier with TikTok, so I receive a higher percentage from the gifts, and that does go to Jesse. So when you send to me, more of the money comes through for the show. But we also do want to build up Jesse's show as well. So it really doesn't matter. Wherever you want to be supportive is great. Like on this side, like on her side, gift on her side, gift on my side. Whatever it is that you want to do, we just appreciate the support. And the main focus here is viewership. That's my main focus. Obviously for Jessie, it's a little bit different. This is a job. She wants to make money. But, you know, I want views. I want people to see this information. I want to help people.
I have a question.
Got my cup. Yeah.
How far down do you think, because the tariffs are saying one thing, they're talking about framework and working out the rest, meaning the deal isn't in place. So my thing is, how much far down is this market going to go, or will it be unaffected like it kind of has been? He needs to be yeah. So go back to TA. Yeah, you need to go back to TA for a while because you're kind of ranting. So my thing is that, like, as you see the future of crypto and all these deals just being talked about but not actually being set in stone, how is that going to affect? And also today, no rate cuts, which we knew was going to happen, and we're probably not going to get them down the line. So maybe do some TA on some of the coins that people are talking about.
Absolutely. And we're going to do the TA. We were supposed to do more TA yesterday, and we did continue on Twitch doing the TA. Okay? But no one really came over except for Alexa. And is that her name, Alexa? Am I getting that wrong? Yeah, Alexa. Alexa came over, got her TA, and then everyone is, yeah, Ethereum's back. And that is a strong indication of alt season that despite everything, ETH is taking off. This is what we want to see, right?
Mm-hmm.
Big Baller, thank you for all the gifts.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you, Big Baller. I appreciate you.
So back to what you were saying. With the tariffs, right, should be sending things down. At the same time, the White House is set to unveil digital assets report today. So welcome to the Wednesday edition of the Crypto in America newsletter. And basically, they're putting this out to create rumor and speculation in the crypto market to keep it up, because everything is tanking because of, and this is a strong indication for me to put out a nothing burger, right? This is a nothing burger, okay? To put something like this out to get people hyped up on something right before the tariffs, this is a strong indication that they expect the markets to dump, okay? So keep that in mind. That's why I got
question is,
I got the red light on. I'm wearing a red hat, red shirt. I got the red Hulk. I think we're going down.
so usually when you have altcoins drop, is this going to be the case where meme coins shoot up? Or are we just having a bottom out on everything? Because I've noticed a lot of the meme coins that I have, because I think are cute, not because I think they're going to make me money, I just think they're adorable. Is that going to be across the board for all of the coins or just the altcoins?
Well, is that the meme coin, like I bought fart coin the other day, right? Because I was like, okay, the market's going to pull back. Usually when the markets pull back, the meme coins run. Only a few did well. Like Zora did really well. I should have bought that one. Big Baller told me to, and I didn't. But they didn't run.
Thank you.
And so everything
That's
is
what I'm saying.
kind of getting a pullback right now. Let's look at the alt season index. Look at this. We're at 38%. We were at 51%. So Bitcoin has not really moved much, and the alts have been going down. So this is a bit concerning, but we need to see Bitcoin start coming down. We really do. If it continues to keep holding, we could see alt season pushed off, and then I would say probably November, late November is when it's going to happen. I'm hoping for September. And I don't want to miss it because of little things like this, but this is the, far over here that we've been on this side, because we've been pretty much slammed in Bitcoin season for a while. So it just really depends. Maybe we don't get an alt season. Maybe Bitcoin just doesn't lose dominance, and it just keeps going, and it gets pullbacks, and alts start to run a little bit, and the simul cycle, right? The unicycle, what I've been saying, everything's kind of running together. And that's new for crypto. I feel like the seasons are changing. So we can't really use this indicator so much anymore because it's a bit uncertain. And think about it.
Right.
This is how long have we had this alt season index thing? It's only been around for 2 cycles, right?
Right.
So really, how useful is it? It's not been proven by science. It has to be used 3 times for it to be a science. TikTok seller says, "Big ballers insider trading. You got to tell me, bro." I know, right? I don't know where he gets the information from, but from now on, if Big Baller tells me to buy something, I'm buying it. From here on out, I trust.
Here's
him.
my thing. What about Ethereum? Do you remember when around the time Trump had his inauguration? Trump, you know what I mean. And his son was saying that the future was Ethereum. And now Ethereum is becoming more important than the other coins because not only is it owned by private entities that are family of the big corporations, or however you want to call it, that might be the one that takes off and not the other altcoins people are expecting.
Yeah, honestly, well, when Ethereum goes, eventually it loses dominance as well, and then it filters into the other altcoins and meme coins. That's typically what we see, right? So I think eventually we should get something. At least a lackluster alt season. It'll happen because people want it to happen. They need it to happen, right?
Right.
And that's why the markets move the way they do. That's how we can chart it, because we all agree as a consensus that this is what is happening. So because of that, it allows us to, make something that should be completely random not random.
So we're creating our own moon cheese, is what you're saying.
Absolutely.
That the majority believes something and create this thing, and then we think we freak out and we liquidate, and then it drops the market, and we're doing it to ourselves, is pretty much the bottom line.
Exactly. The markets could just go up, 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 but there are scalpers and traders and all these things, and that's why it does what it does. Otherwise, it would just be a steady, straight incline up because people would just buy into it. But somebody's got to sell to make money, right? That's why we're here, right? We want money, right? So that's just the way it goes. Neo says the whales will want it, so they have liquidation. Exactly. The whales will create alt season. It won't be retail. Once the whales are like, all right, Bitcoin's done, Ethereum. I think Ethereum is the future of blockchain technology because of its security. Obviously, eventually something else can come around that's faster, which is what we've seen. But I think as far as money goes, like, security is the bottom line, because it's all using Ethereum is already faster and cheaper than the system we have now. There's no arguing that's just what it is. So if it's already faster and it's already cheaper, why would you opt for something that's faster and cheaper but less secure? Especially knowing that this is the Wild West crypto and that it is a not so secure place to be. If you're talking about hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, do you want speed and efficiency, or do you want security?
Right.
I think security, hands down, and that's why I used to be the biggest bear on Ethereum. And this is what I said, is I can be wrong about things, and I can admit when I'm wrong. I think I was wrong about that 100%. And I think that Ethereum, at least for now, is still the champion blockchain. Everything I do on the blockchain, I do it through Ethereum. Like, I have other blockchains that I use, like Optimism and stuff, and I do that. Like when I bought my tickets for Rare Evo, right? I paid with Solana, and I used the Optimism network because it was cheaper, but we're talking about a couple $100. Whereas if you got hundreds of millions of dollars, I want security. I don't care how fast it is. Big Baller says, don't